a young teenager looking for a gig. I want to play music. It's time for the stream. The boys are almost ready.
You still there?
Hi there. Yeah, I'm still here, Aaron.
Okay.
We just popped in for real. Hi, Aaron.
Hi, Chris. Hi.
What's up? And hello to Simeon Scott and Dynamo Dave 2002 and Flame War 05 and Ronnie Lane and Luke. And I said hi to Aaron already. And
Yeah,
Monday
hi.
Adams, by the way, new members. Hello, Monday Adams. I did not actually catch whenever you joined the V support, but thank you very much. Trent Salamander, what's up? Philip Faubion, hello. We're here with the news. Aaron, we're back already because dang, we're in November 2003.
Yeah. Maybe we can get through the year tonight.
It's possible. We could do it. For those who don't know, who might not have been here 2 days ago, we have a panel at TFCon Toronto 2024 about these streams, and we thought it would be kind of sick if we actually finished the year 2003 at least before we did that panel, and it seems pretty likely to me, honestly, unless November to December 2003 was way more wild than I remember it being.
Yeah. Holiday 2003 is actually when we get all the news.
We're about to get bombarded with the return of Michael Bay to the running of directorship of the upcoming live action
because he's completely out of the running in the current timeline.
Yeah, well, I love doing this
No
part
way.
of the recap.
He's going to be the director.
2003 was when we had the very first Transformers live-action movie news, and during that first bout of news, Michael Bay's name came into the running as a director and was the first one summarily removed, as there are still 2 other choices, but it absolutely will not be Michael Bay. It will be one of these other 2 directors. That's not how it went. Also, the movie was very much presented as it'll be a love letter to G1.
Mm-hmm.
It is arguably a very G1-ish movie, but not the way they're describing it.
Yeah. I wouldn't necessarily say love letter, more like a passing acquaintance.
There like, if you want to make the argument that the first live-action movie is actually kind of G1, I don't think you're wrong. I think there's a whole bunch of ways you could tie some parallels, but the way that they were, that the what is it, the 2 X-Men guys were talking about it in 03 was like, they were kind of talking up something that I don't think really happened. Transformers, yeah, a member berries, yeah. But yeah, Michael Bay was the first one who was kicked out. It was wild. I'm just gonna jump over to the browser feature so we can also just bask in area403.net. For the stream, big update. Ronnie Lane in the text chat viewership actually ordered the one orderable thing that still worked on all the PayPal buttons on this site, which was a physical CD. Ronnie Lane got an update today with a tracking number. Who's on the other end?
It'll just be the remainder of their stock. Like, they found us, just here. It's your problem now.
Gonna get a pallet of CDs. Because I was so my expectation to now just let it out is I expected a PayPal dispute that was completely, like, smooth and uncontested about 60 to 90 days from now. I was not expecting a tracking number. My new hypothesis is maybe through the decades, whatever that PayPal button pointed at, maybe somehow legacy carried itself to wherever that stock ended up. And so on the other end, it's simply you ordered it off Amazon or something, as far as they're aware. But the tracking number thing threw me hard, because I'm like, what are you going to get? Like,
yeah, especially with the fact that, like, the gig board was such random, like, this is clearly 2003
for those
stuff.
who want to see, let's go to the gig board where teenagers and underage people are doxing themselves looking for work. I can find one of the American ones probably. Let's see, in Missouri, or someone's going to dox themselves who's underage at some point. That was all we were seeing at a certain. Here we go. Oh no, singing for 15 years, but they're not 15 years old. There were teenagers basically going like, I'm 16, here's my address, I want to be a singer, I'll do anything. And it's like...
anything.
Like, 2003 was a different era, but also 2003 was still To Catch a Predator era. Like, I hope nothing bad happened. I hope this was all innocent fun and nothing bad happened. Yeah, that was something that sidetracked us hard last time. We actually ended on this Bill's Toys and Games debut of their monthly contest, which also sidetracked us for a bit, as me and Aaron both had, like, minor core memories reopen of, like, I know that name, Bill's Toys and Games. And then Valkaisis found us a thread, and we both saw how Bill's Toys and Games story ended in 07, 08-ish. And it was bad.
Yeah, and then me finding the email of my last order with them saying, hey, this took way too long, and this box was chewed up.
I believe your operating adverb was mauled?
Yes, mauled.
Yeah, your last message was, you finally got the box to me. It appears to be mauled, something, something.
Yeah.
Hopper Nero just came in and we're talking about TCAP. What's going on? Here's a gig board from the year 2003 belonging to the lead singer who used to be with NRG, who did Instruments of Destruction. A lot of people, but also a bunch of underage teenagers were posting their own doxing information on here 21 years ago, trying to find bands. It's all still here. Oh, here we go. No, that's I'm 13. years experience. They're in here somewhere. I think I scrolled down to the bottom. Yeah, I'm in Washington now. Wisconsin. We're looking for a lead vocalist for Cyrus. Who's Cyrus? Anyway, lots of kids giving away their info and using phrases like "I'll do anything to be in a band," which, you know,
Yeah.
I hope nothing bad happened. This info is all from 21 years ago, by the way, so I think we're okay to just flash this.
Yeah.
Anyway, let's continue on, Aaron. Let's keep scrolling up here. We got Energon Wave 2 pics on Transformers.com. Those probably don't work anymore.
No.
We've got, BotCon announcing their guests for BotCon 2004, the unofficial BotCon.
Yes.
Important to note. This is them getting, I don't remember any of these folks, Bob Prupus and Jim Engel. I kind of remember Jim Engel. And Ron Friedman.
Ron Friedman.
Yeah, this is for the 04 BotCon that was to be the final one, called BotCon. It was a fun time. Demonstrably, it wasn't the final one.
Mm-hmm.
But at the time, it was to be a swan song as we moved into the OTFCC era. That era ended in 2004.
Yeah, so Luke, there was the OTFCC that'll sometimes get called OTFuck, because it was a thing. And then in 2004, so what was it? It was OTFCC 2003. The Hartmans chose not to be a part of it with 3H Productions, and they were the ones at the time that owned the BotCon name. So they made that show, when it became the first official show, become OTFCC.
Yeah.
Then there was 2004, where OTFCC had their second year, and the Hartmans went ahead and used their BotCon name for what was going to be their last show in Pasadena.
Yeah. So there was no BotCon 2003. That's the
Yes.
kind of trivia point. And there were two, technically, BotCons in 04, because there was only 1 year without a BotCon, and there were 2 years where BotCon was not the official show, up until BotCon ceased being the official show in 2015. It's now gone back to being an unofficial show. Time's a big old circle.
Yeah.
Emperor Nova can't believe that the pronounced phonetic version of official Transformers Collectors Convention did not catch on. There was beef back in 03. There was a whole lot of just beef all over the place too. Most folks are over it now, but the name's kind of stuck because the OTFCC era also became synonymous with like this drawn out. We're not there yet, but there will be a drawn out saga about plates soon.
Yeah. Plates and what was it? It was their last the
Megazerac,
2004
right?
exclusives had to be like shipped by Hasbro later on, because that was the
It was well, there were two.
the
There was
Overload
Overload
Redeco.
in 03, and then the Megazerac Armada
Yeah.
Megatron in 04, I believe.
something like that. And it was just like,
Hey, we got Iacon
Chaos.
Underground in the chatterbox wanting to never hear about the plates again. I believe I know who that is. That's someone I recall from back in that era.
yes, Flame War, like dinner plates. They
Literal
were
dinner plates,
like
yeah.
commemorative, like artwork on them with a whole lot of like, don't actually eat on these because, you know, old people like commemorative plates. Or
Hey,
something.
it is Trickster. I didn't want to say it because I wasn't sure precisely how far I should go with connecting usernames together. But yeah. Oh yeah, also the do not eat on plates. When the plates did finally show up, they also were not food safe. But yeah, there is a very slim sliver of living fandom for whom the phrase BotCon plates is an activation phrase that will create a somewhere between a fight or flight and just a raw aggressive reaction if you say the phrase BotCon plates. Once again, I like repeating myself every now and then with these streams because every stream might be someone's first. I really enjoy the swathe of fandom entry points we have watching this, given that we're as far back as we possibly could go with published TFW front page news. So there are folks who, every now and then there's at least one person who may or may not have even been alive this year. Lots of people who were infants or children this year. Lots of people who weren't on the internet or near the fandom this year. A lot of folks who spent their opening fandom internet years doing Bionicle instead. So there's a lot of folks just hearing... I love the perspective of younger fans hearing about some of our old discourses from the early aughts, because they sound so small and weird now.
Mm-hmm.
There we go. Flame War 05 was -2 in 2003.
That's super.
I think that's really cool, though. Like, just as far as the perspective available, like someone who would not
just
yet
need
even
to get
be
out
born,
my walker. Thanks.
not even born when we were arguing about dinner plates, right?
Yeah.
Now going like, wait, do you mean dinner plates? Anyway, speaking of other old styles of news we kind of glide past, for those of you here the first time, we kind of skip past episode listings, DVD updates, Takara Tomy, Hasbro front page news. We kind of skip past all statue news because there was so much of it back then.
Yes.
And I skipped past all of it back then. There's also a lot of link rot, so a lot of these links don't work. Aaron is really good at just checking so that you don't have to see a 404 pop up constantly.
Palisade Toys goes to Factory X distribution.
Really?
But so is PalisadesToys.com.
Well, I mean, Palisades is long gone.
So it looks like it's a bunch of like licensed fantasy weapons.
Yeah, that's a different company though. Palisades, I recall their finale sometime. Like, it was a moment. It was like when Soda Toys disappeared too.
Mm-hmm.
But I remember the name Ken Lilly. That's who was talking about the Soundwave statue.
Don't even want to talk about our debate of the week. It's been delayed.
Oh, I missed that.
The first one on the page, man.
I scrolled right past it. I thought it was statue news. Yeah, the end of the last stream, we hit the part where Kickback wanted to get a 2005 debate of the week going, and the very first one apparently was delayed. That's really funny. For those who don't know, TFW once upon a time had a very thriving news and politics forum, a version of which existed before and during 9/11. I got to witness Americans on the internet during and immediately after 9/11. It was memorable. So we're pretty sure from Aaron and mine's combined vague memory that this was an attempt to get the better side of the... Because there were a lot of decent discussions that you could find buried in there, right?
Yeah.
So this was an attempt to, like, take the good discussion bit and try to apply it to Transformers. And in the year 2003, this isn't as ridiculous as it sounds. I promise you. When it's confined to one message board, which in 2003... didn't have a titanic user base. So there's a version of this that was sane, right?
Yeah, that was the thing. Weren't we trying to figure out, the current number of members of TFW are 85,000. I would say back in 2003 it was maybe 85.
2,000, I think,
period.
By 2005. There was a tenfold expansion when the 07 movie came out that changed TFW forever on its message boards. The pre-07 version of TFW, I know for some of you this is impossible to fathom now. It was a survivable message board community that you could post in and actually know who your fellow posters were. I guarantee you. But like I said, generationally, I also like that some of this stuff sounds like a nightmare inherently, because TFW, the 2005 boards now, are a just giant noise wall, right? Like, there's so many people in there. I hope we can find out what the debate of the week was. Also, we're starting to wonder if we've actually exited the era of Orson's World, because Aaron noticed that we went a good number of weeks without seeing any Orson's posts. So we're not sure if we've hit the part where that ended. We can meet the Dreamwave team at Toronto Comic-Con. I wonder how many of these folks were still happy. Also, I don't really recognize a lot of these names.
Yeah, I don't either.
I know James Reyes. I never know how to pronounce that. I know Pat Lee, because I took over for him. I know Rob Ruffalo. Brad Mick does not appear to be here. We're still hoping we can get some more sound bites from the Brad Mick itself. As we all know, Brad Mick actually was a piloted meat suit operated by multiple people. So we've seen an interview already that involved Brad Mick talking about Brad Mick's childhood, which is wild to think about. Because Brad Mick sort of erupted into existence as a multi-brained adult entity. So I'm not entirely sure what that would have entailed, having a childhood. I was going to move OBS over a little bit so I can just see a little bit what's going on here. I'm still rocking single monitor because why have visual efficiency? Huge update from Takara's website. GameStop's taking pre-orders for 20th Anniversary Optimus. We're moving into proximity of the release of MPO1. See, Death Charge box. Armada DVD box set in 04. I vaguely recall that box set actually happening, but I don't remember what its box looked like. If you're in Toys R Us UK, you could buy Power Master Prime reissue and get a Jazz reissue for free. That seems like kind of wild compared to the state of reissues right now.
Yeah, that
Here,
was also an amazing reissue at Power Master Optimus Prime, because that was the full shebang.
Yeah, that was a good one. I remember, I don't think it was the American reissue, but I remember that I got a very inexpensive God Jinrai off of Big Bad.
I want to say Big Bad had way too many, and then clearance them or something.
Yeah, it was, because I remember it was God Jinrai and it was Battle Unicorn were like the original Big Bad Toy Store mainstay deals of like, do you want some more? You can get more.
Please. Please.
That's why, if they're hard to find now, that sucks, because they are out there en masse. Who bought them all? Don't know. Yeah. Probably people who came into existence over the course of 21 years is probably the answer. But Dynamic Forces Comic Special. Dreamwave got winners for the Ultra Fan contest. This is not the contest, though, where they were trying to find artists to reward with exposure.
Yes.
We discovered last stream that Dreamwave possibly invented the For Exposure contest. Because in 03, that was not a discourse I recall. And they literally used the phrase exposure as one of the rewards. Debate of the week, #1 article. Oh no, it's an article. Does it work?
No.
I'm so disappointed.
404.
Time is a vicious, brutal entropy, but it also brings about some beauty as well. Like, even though we saw that the last question was about, hey, what are people's feelings on Armada now that's ending? The next question, which we probably will not see the answers to, was, for as long as one can remember, the Transformers toy line is full of gimmicks, from Triple Changers, Combiners, Headmasters, and Target Masters, Power Masters, Pretenders, all the way to Minicons. However, in the first year of the Transformers, 1984, the only gimmick was the actual transformation, the feeling of robots in disguise and more than meets the eye. The question is this: does the Transformers line need gimmicks such as those listed above? And if gimmicks are to continue, which gimmicks would you like to see return? Or what new type of gimmick would you like to see in future Transformers? It's going to kill me if we can't see responses to this. Because, like, who's going to have accidentally predicted, like, anything, right?
Yeah, return to Headmasters, return to Combiners, all the other things that returned. And honestly, I would argue this because there was a gimmick bit in first year of G1 beyond transforming robots. Soundwave and his tapes.
Oh, I was going to say rub signs. But no, that's also true. There were contained gimmicks here and there. I mean,
Chris, you fake fan, you. Not you, Chris. Kickback Chris.
Oh, yeah, because I keep calling him Kickback because I'm adjusting to the era. It's, his username is now just Chris. Yeah. It's not as fun. Not as fun. Rub signs were 1985, says Simeon Scott. Well, it all kind of bleeds together to me if it's pre-87. They all look the same. let's see, we got the target listing for 20th anniversary Optimus Prime. A
Prim.
whole $60.
Yeah.
How much are those pre-orders for the MPG Shattered Glass Jetfire? How much for the... I'm not going to go into that. Also, kind of funny, thanks to Mouth04 from the Allspark. That's another name I recall from way back.
Yeah.
We got the Armada Supercons with bonus minicons at Toys R Us. I'm assuming these were more of the ones that were now just bolting packages together.
Yep. A deluxe and a basic for $13.
That's like a deluxe and a core class
Yep.
for $13.
Yep.
Again, for those who don't know, Aaron in 03 was at that point a recovering but still knowledgeable variant hunter.
Yep.
So Aaron used to be the kind who would look for not just like rock bubble versus smooth bubble, but, you know, the whole gamut.
Pack-in differences, printing differences, differences on the toy itself, because those things sometimes changed. Yeah.
Trickster was only making $8.25 an hour back then, so that was... 2 hours of work, and you'd have a little bit of change left over after you got your Supercon with bonus minicon at Toys R Us. Let's see, Australian G1 DVD Season 1 cover art. I think this was kind of the big... This was in the heart of the era of, like, look, it's all coming out on DVD. Not just Transformers, but, you know, lots of stuff.
Yeah, there were a lot of TV shows, I feel like, that once everybody was starting to get DVD players, they started pushing out. This is the era also when you bought yourself a PlayStation 2 because that was the best, most economical DVD player.
That's right.
Just happened to also be a game console.
And then you could play Grand Theft Auto San Andreas. That's the only one I could think of off the top of my head.
Yeah.
We got possible release dates for the Japanese releases of TF Collection, Astro Train, and the Minibots, MPO1, and we are now properly just saying Binal Tech. Oh, that's
Yep.
Binal Tech. Sideswipe.
We turned the corner on that one finally.
Yeah, last stream was full of Binaru Tech, Binar Tech.
Yeah.
That's a bust. Candy Machine. This is a Armada Optimus Prime, but Micron Densetsu, Japanese version, figure of Armada Optimus who spits candy out of his left leg.
Yeah, you don't want the right leg candy.
I hate right leg candy. Image doesn't work. Curious if anyone watching this has this candy machine. The Convoy candy machine. Chris Carnage saying Madman in Australia was pumping DVDs out at that time. Legit. New Holy Grail unlocked. I want some left leg candy. Let's go. Whoa. Oh my god! This is bringing me back. Optimus Prime art contest hosted by Prime himself. Our good friend, Mr. Optimus Prime.
Optimus Prime.
His
yeah.
legal name has updated us all the way from Iraq. So, this is another real relic of the era. There was I would call it a brief period. It was like this very loud but brief period where we had like a sort of pseudo-celebrity fan, and this is pre-YouTube, pre-influencers, pre-movies, who kind of crisscrossed two things. The first thing he did was he renamed his legal name to Optimus Prime, so he went by the username Mr. Optimus Prime, because that's his legal name. And he also was in the US military in Iraq, so he got, I think, a decent amount of news coverage. Again, briefly, but rapid fire, because there was a United States military enlisted member named Optimus Prime, in Iraq in 2003. This is, you know, when I was around then, I was not very good at following the news. Still, I was learning a lot. This is, I think, before we were really starting to go like, well, what are y'all doing over there? In regards to that military campaign. So this guy had like just the Patriot push. You know, he's literally Optimus Prime, taking it to the bad guys, Aaron and I hit a 2003 9/11 memorial post last stream, which is a wild thing to look at.
Yeah.
But yeah, this was the kind of thing that was you couldn't not know this at the time, and I forgot this man existed until just now. Because I thought this was going to say Peter Cullen was hosting this art contest.
No, Peter Cullen's name is not Optimus Prime.
You're right. It's not. It's Peter Cullen. This man's name is Optimus Prime.
Yeah.
Legally. Flame 5 might have found a spin pop candy holder that might be the left leg candy Armada Optimus. Cypher also pointing out left leg candy sounds like a Homestar Runner expression. I can confirm this. Hate right leg candy. Are the Armada and Micron Legend cartoons different? We knew this, I think, by now, but I think because the DVDs were becoming more available out of Japan, this was like a big kind of like new like clickable article thing, like comparing the two.
Yeah, because you could left it to right it. You could. It wasn't just like you know, the super low quality and just I'm even trying to remember what that bit quality was, like how we watched Car Robots to what we were getting on Cartoon Network or whatever, you know. Oh, maybe it's just you know, whatever that decompression to get it over your maybe you're lucky and at university with a T1 line.
Yeah. Well, also this was I think when we were like not everyone was as up to date, nor was there as much of an ability to be as in tune with the production process in 2003. So we were kind of just learning, you know, in a spreading way, that Armada aired for the most part before it showed in Japan. Like the dub version came out first. And so like the easiest example is the Jet Convoy debut. Looked real junky and had bits and pieces fixed up when it aired in Japan. Cypher is correct, though. Like, Micron Legend was, if you're going to get numeric about it, it was like 4% better animation in 4% of the scenes. It wasn't like the entire show looked different. It's just some of the absolute worst-looking close-ups in Armada possibly had a redraw. There weren't, like, entire new sequences, as far as I recall. But
or even just what came out in the U.S. was like the first pass, versus the like, oh, here's the final. That was the interim animation that we didn't intend to go, but we needed to have an episode ready in 3 days. So
I don't recall if there was ever a disparity like this going forward. I mean, obviously Energon left episodes out, but that's like a different thing. Oh yeah, and Channel with No Content is correct. Like, anime in general, it's a thing that happens now and then where animation is changed, usually upgraded between broadcast and home video. But Aaron, does this link work? Because this is going to a geocities.co.jp. I forgot about the state of GeoCities.
Thanks.yahoo.co.jp. Thank you for using Yahoo Japan services. The service you access has been discontinued as of today. It says as of today. I bet they didn't discontinue it just today. Like, oh man, just missed it.
These guys are trying to do something. Stop them. Stop them immediately.
We'd gotten this far a couple days ago. We could have seen it. But
I have been sent by Flame5 on Blue Sky the spin pop thing. This does seem to be different. This looks like, it's a sucker holder. But I believe Cypher also said he had this thing. But yeah, this does not seem to deploy candy out of its left leg. So we're still looking for left leg candy. That's still the dream. There's the gig board, excuse me. But I'm also sure like some of the Armada Micron side-by-sides are probably someone has to have redone that work once or twice over the last 20 years. So I'm sure it's out there somewhere, I say. New wallpapers. You know, wallpapers and screen caps were big business back in the early aughts on websites, so you're going to see a lot of that, and none of it works anymore. For those who don't know the history, in 2005, TFW suffered a catastrophic database destruction error. Basically, the entire website's brain fried, and we lost the entire website's history from 05 previous, except for, like, these news postings, but these all link to things that no longer exist.
Yeah.
Other
bit rot has hit these.
Yeah, back in 05, we called it the Energon Wave. The sad thing in 05 is we lost about 5.5 years of message board posts. Around 2012, a lot of us were like, maybe it's good those are gone.
Yeah.
You would have seen high school me posting about doing a talent show, for instance. No one needs to read that. Yellow Landfill is due out soon. We've been trying to figure out if anyone bought Yellow Landfill at MSRP. Apparently he's out now, but he's going to be we already know he's going to be a Black Friday Blitz item for $15. Also, I like that in 2003, it's referred to as November 28th, parentheses, Black Friday, the shopping day after Thanksgiving. Because Black Friday hadn't been sundered with a spike yet. Trickster saying, actually echoing something I would say, let my old fanfic stay lost. Yes. I think it's better that I can just explain my fanfic rather than have anyone actually read it. Unless it's still floating, I can't remember anymore. Oh, Cypher, bringing Armada and Energon cartoons over was a massive cluster. Cartoon Network demanded a ridiculous amount of episodes to be done very fast. Also, the source cartoon sucked, so we got like a worse version of a 49-52 episode toy commercial anime that in Japan was still aimed at like 6 to 8 year olds. And then in North America was aimed at 8 to 30-year-olds. It's all really, really interesting to think about now. No, Chris Carnage, Cyber Monday did not yet exist. Black Friday had not yet crossed over to Canada, if I recall correctly.
Yeah.
Because we did not have Black Friday when America was starting to get into having Black Friday. Emperor Nova saw a sealed yellow landfill for $40 at a vintage toy store. You probably could find one cheaper still.
It'd be a bad price, though. I mean,
not bad,
that landfill, that, like, Amazon, that RID landfill is a pretty good toy.
I like it, yeah.
It's not bad.
I just think maybe sealed for 40, yeah, but I bet you could find a loose one for 30. And it would probably still be as good. I mean, $40 for that toy nowadays, I think is still pretty good too. If you like how it looks. Like, I love that thing. That's just a Brave toy. We got from the Cybertron Cell Archive an early look at G1 Unicron when he was called the Entity. I'm guessing these are the 2 design sheets that say the Entity. Cybertron Cell Archive.rubberslug.com. Aaron, do you want to risk that one?
I did, and it goes to a different. It goes to like a popular gallery tags, like you can put your fan art up.
Yeah, those are gone. But if this news item's talking about the Entity, then that's got to just be that weird, like, the very Floro Dairy looking thing. That's how I remember it anyway. Locros Myers Rubber. It is literally Cybertron Cell Archive, one word, .rubberslug, one word, .com.
Yeah, the rubberslug.com/gallery is what comes up now.
Oh, by the way, hey kids, like music videos? I love early, like, kickback news postings. Hey kids, like music videos? So these are AMVs. These are gone. These were hosted on Daily Rhetoric, which is gone. And that's a shame, because this was when I was part of this. A bunch of us were really getting into making AMVs. My YouTube channel originally was just 3 or 4 AMVs. One of them got copyright claimed in like 2008, and so I wiped them because I was terrified in 2008. But they're buried somewhere. I had a Transformers the movie AMV set to Oomp's Supernova, I think, and then I had like some other Transformers one set to Machine Head, or maybe the Machine Head one was something someone else did. And I had a Kamen Rider 5's Paradise Lost one that I was really proud of, too. Anyway. Transformers Energon released in Hong Kong. It's officially out. It's just over an ocean or two, depending where you live. Thanks to about 3 million people for the heads up. Not bad.
Yep.
The Energon Decepticons poster is canceled. Thanks to Technicolor Puka.
Dreamwave started to cancel things.
Unicron bonus pack at Walmart. They bolted the Darksaber set to Unicron and a Darksaber set for $39.
Yeah. You can't get base leaders for $39. And it said you could buy the best hip pack for your customs for $39 and get a bunch of minicons.
Unicron came out this year. That was one of the first things we talked about in these streams, was everyone getting their Unicrons. Okay, you know what? That actually really starts to explain the Unicron crotch customizer era. Because if you could get Unicrons for $40 with Darksaber sets, Liquidation Unicrons fill in a gap in my my experience.
Yeah. I remember so many 2003 through 2006-ish customs that were just like Unicron crotch and then whatever else.
Yeah, I don't know if we talked about that for a couple of streams now. So if you don't know what that means, there was an era where everyone was using Unicron's hands and crotch for their combiner customs because it was the first time you had a modern articulated set of hands and crotch that were that big. Logos Minor, embarrassingly, I once sawed a Unicron in half.
Just like for giggles or...
Just for funsies. Eric! What's up, Eric? I see you there with the oi. Simeon Scott only knows Unicron crotch because of a joke I made in a TF Prime Starscream review about 12 years ago. Oh, for the crotch. And then you took Primus's forearms. Yeah, Primus also started to get... I'm going to use the word victimized for these parts. To show the power of... Okay, TLK saying, to show the power of flex tape, I sawed this Unicron in half. Legit. We got the... I think probably the first... Oh, now we're saying binary... Joe Moore!
I mean, you know, you get baked into something.
Yeah.
You know, it just gets stuck in there.
It's a bell curve. I'm only saying that because also you and I were having... With Orson's World, when it was really picking up in the middle of the year... Joe Moore and Chris Kickback both formatted Orson's World's bold fonting differently.
Yeah.
And it kept throwing me.
No style guides. I'm afraid I won't be able to say no style guides because I was doing some quick poking around and everything talks about Orson's World ending in 2003. So
I think we might have finished the era of Orson's World.
Yeah.
That's a shame. Well, there was a... Oh, you know what? One of the news items that was link rotted last stream near the end was an official Transformers.com Q&A.
Yeah.
I bet that was the thing he started doing afterwards.
Oh, yeah, there. Scorp X7 says, according to the wiki, it ended September 03.
On the bright side, it means it's not going to be as hard as I thought to make an Orson's World supercut. So that's going to be doable.
Yeah.
But yeah, damn. Those are my favorite
and
bits.
there's a whole lot of other tea in that time frame as well about Orson's World.
It was a whole... I mean, this is, again, a thing that really dates the era. Fan sites like TFW and Sabertron and Allspark, and the other one...
Transfandom.
Transfandom.
Transfandom was TFW, but it wasn't, but it was, but it wasn't.
And T-Formers, and Remy's World. They all had... Message boards were able to do things like say, we don't like it that the lead Hasbro guy is posting on one of the message boards that's not ours, because at the time traffic to message boards was actually primary revenue.
Right.
And so it became this whole like thing. It sounds really silly now that we have the entire Transformers team posting openly on Instagram. It just sounds silly now. But yeah, there's some backstory like that to the whole thing. Interesting Energon possibility from Toy Fair magazine. Oh wow, this is so wrong. I kind of remember this. Toy Fair got something catastrophically wrong, and implied that Optimus could combine not only with the drones but also with Megatron, which is wrong.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how they got that wrong. I don't even know if some of you know what Toy Fair magazine is.
I think Toy Fair magazine still exists.
Nope. A lot of the Toy Fair magazine folks moved on to Robot Chicken. That's why Robot Chicken resembles Twisted Mego Theater at times. It's because
Okay, it's not Toy Fair, but I know that there's another toy magazine that was a toy magazine back in the day because I was at Barnes and Noble's recently and saw it and was like, oh my god, how is that still around?
Hang on, I got to do an adjust glasses moment because we got folks saying Toy Fair, but it was actually Toy Fair, F-A-R-E.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, Oro Kana. It was Toy Fair. Nobody cares. Heroes of Cybertron Wave 5. We found out that there's a Wave 5 of Heroes of Cybertron, and here's what's in it. I remember this is when Heroes of Cybertron was becoming kind of like, are they still making these?
Yeah, it was like every 6 months a wave would come out.
Yeah, Heroes of Cybertron was running that Transformers Red lifestyle.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because I remember because it was Meyer stores locally was the only place that carried it, and by God, if you didn't like hit it when it dropped, it was gone, and then you'd never see it again.
Yeah.
So it was when it would be like, oh, these are being announced. It then was activating the network to find everything because they'd have like, 5 Optimus Primes with communicators, 3 Megatrons with laser beaks, and then 1 each of the others. And woe betide you if you wanted one of the things that was single-packed in a case.
Yeah. I just didn't do them. I think I started buying them when I found some on sale, but then I just kind of left it to when I would find them on sale.
Yeah.
Also, a couple little updates from the text chat. M. Cypher was contacted by Toy Fair for their Tonka GoBots article. For those who don't know, Toy Fair, that was Wizard Press's toy magazine, so at the time I loved it. Also because it was smaller than the big one, like Action Figure Digest. But it also was stuffed full of 2000s era Wizard Press humor, which at the time, when I was like I was like, this is so cool, man. And I expect that some of it has aged horrifically since then. Also, Simeon Scott saying the new magazine is called something different but similar. Secret Galaxy has spotlighted them a couple times. So
Okay.
If we get stuck, we can probably just check around there. Oh yeah, Trickster saying Hot Topic stocked Heroes of Cybertron. I remember that series of words from back then. Yeah, Cypher is saying Toy Fair was a lightsaber is a dildo kind of humor thing. Which, again, at the time seemed kind of fresh. If you were just out of high school, and you're like, yeah, the lightsabers that extend out do kind of look like dicks. Oh, Trickster, that's the name I was trying to remember. Tomart's Action Figure News and Toy Review, because it was the magazine with the catastrophically long name. But they always had the best pictures. Because Action Figure Digest, I always found, had, middling pictures compared. That's my memory, anyway.
Yeah.
I might have, or do I have it back? I can't remember anymore. I still have some of those, I think, floating around out west, but my mom never got rid of my toys, but there was a certain point where she started to just, really try to get rid of old magazines. Because also, old magazines get ratty as hell, if you didn't know. They get gross. What's not gross is the Armada DVDs are now due out March 2nd, 2004. And Beast Wars Neo's fan dub, which I was a cast member on, it's still out there somewhere. I know that
In
someone
DivX format.
Yeah, DivX. I know either Taganaga or New Brandon have been maintaining the fan dub's availability to some degree, at least up until close enough for me to remember it now. So they're floating around out there somewhere. Zone is still my favorite because that's where I got to be Countdown, and my performance is so funny. In Beast Wars Neo, I voiced Dirge and someone else. I barely said anything. Neo, I don't even remember my lines. Like, I was mostly just, like, going, like, we're gonna get them! Or, like, wah! And, like, that was my contribution. CyberCon Expo Wave 2 photo gallery. So this show happened. But I'm gonna guess this photo gallery is hosted here. Yes, so it's gone. Cover for this. Oh, we're posting, Aaron. We're posting the official Q&As. We can keep doing the bit. It's not formatted the same, but we can keep doing the bit.
Yeah, it's no longer the accusatory questions.
I know, but there's branding talk now, which can I be Transformers.com in this one?
Sure.
All right.
No, this is from November 13, 2003. Question: are there plans for G1 issue of Soundwave, Megatron, or Jetfire?
Not at this time.
Will the 20th anniversary Optimus Prime have shortened smokestacks compared to the Japanese version? Are there other differences? Will there be diecast parts?
The U.S. release of 20th anniversary Optimus Prime will have diecast parts, just like the Japanese release. The US release also has some limited battle damage. It is our intention to have the smokestacks be the same size as those in the Japanese release, but it is not yet finalized yet.
Will there be Decepticons in the Transformers Alternators line?
Yes!
When will the initial Transformers Energon waves be available in stores?
Availability varies by location. Wave 1 and 1.5, December and January. Wave 2, February and March.
Remember when it was waves 1 and 0.5, and they'd have like the 0.5 waves where they just like, I don't know, we got more of this one, just fill the box in.
We tweaked the case assortment slightly.
Jimmy messed up the end run of this one, so it's wave 0.5.
I do not miss wave 0.5s.
Yeah. Do Energon, Megatron, and Optimus Prime combine in any way?
They must have seen Toy Fair.
Yeah.
No!
That's what...
Optimus Prime combines with his 4 vehicles, but there is no interaction between these particular characters.
Yeah, that is definitely like they saw the early release of the Toy Fair magazine and just like, fuck.
Yeah, this is a version of some guy coming onto a board.
Who was supposed to check that article? Who was it? It was you? It was you? Hey, guess what? You're getting me coffee for the next month. Go.
This is a version of a
guy
guy
coming onto... I'm not telling you what coffee I want, but you better come back with the coffee that I want. Because if I don't get the coffee I want, you're going back out again.
This is a guy. This is a guy coming on saying, "I work at Hasbro. Transformers Armada is going to be G1 Redux, and Optimus Prime comes with a superposable minicon who turns into the Matrix of Leadership." Like that's this is like the Redux of the origin of Orson's world.
Mm-hmm.
How much? Oh, Simeon Scott, how much did Energon Prime retail for? My shop has a loose one for $120 right now. Oh, okay. Yeah, Dynamo Dave's got it. It was $40 at release. However, in 21 years, you know, stuff can happen. The Armada PS2 game has been delayed again. Oh, wow, I forgot about it getting delayed. Like, it got delayed till May 2004? Wow. Because this is right after Tatakai came out and we discovered it sucked.
Yeah.
So yeah, according to EB Games, it was going to come out in March. It got bumped to May. Damn. So it's going to be a bit until we get to the part where people talk about, hey, this game's kind of all right.
And face forward, yes, a podcast did just drop.
Yeah, don't listen to it now because we're listen to us.
Yeah.
But there is a convention prep podcast out, the first one this decade with me and Aaron, because we're both going to be at TFCon Toronto in about a week and a bit. And we go over, you know, some of the convention stuff. I might put a copy of it on YouTube if I can get the edit together and if Bees is okay with that. But just, you know, sake of it being in more places. But either way, it's out there in audio form. So we're doing what we can to inform the people. No, Face, where I'm telling you what to do. Sit down! No headphones! The podcast is on TFW. It's on WTF.TFW2005.com. That's the WTF at TFW podcast page/feed. The podcast is in some apps, but I don't know how any of that works, and I don't run any of that. That's all done by the site admin. Basically, we have unlimited storage for podcasts specifically, so we just put them there. And
we put them there, something happens, and then it shows up on iTunes and a couple other places.
There's also a built-in player on each podcast post, and each podcast posting has a direct link to the MP3 file at the bottom, so every possible way to do it manually exists. Micron Densetsu Unicron, half price at... Oh, wow. It's just going on... Yeah, so, Japanese Armada Unicron on sale for $40 US on HLJ. And I think shipping was not all that awful back then, globally, because we hadn't destroyed the infrastructure.
Yeah,
so...
I remember HLJ shipping always being pretty good.
Yeah, yeah.
For price and speed.
So this also explains the proliferation of Unicron crotches. And hands. You gotta be fair. The hands were another. They were just as available because they were posable robot hands. Got photo galleries from Hook of Magnaboss and Tripredicus. Energon might be in Walmarts by November 15. We'll find out. Wizard Entertainment had a poll for best toy line of 2003, and who knows who won? I guess we'll find out eventually. CD Japan listing. These CD Japan links still work, I think. I'm just gonna try this one.
See the listing here.
Yep.
It spins. It loads. Yep.
In fact, you can put a proxy shopping request out for this now. So yeah, CD Japan and sometimes Amazon actually still work. Those links. Like, those links somehow persist 21 years in. Logos Minor, gotta make sure your Frankenstein custom Devastator can flip people off. Yes. That is true. By the way, there will be one more podcast, a much longer one, going up probably tomorrow. So if you're traveling to TFCon, you got listening. It's going to be there.
You should really give the convention prep podcast a listen before you head to the convention, because we talk about things that you should do to prepare.
Yeah.
For the for a convention.
Like, I'm pretty sure some of you are seasoned enough to know some of these things, but it can help hearing them again. Maybe we'll put a new spin on it. Yes, we talk about showering, by the way, but we don't do the bit. It's not like, you know, us just talking like, remember that stinky guy at BotCon 2004?
Chris, we've not made it to there in the timeline yet. Our noses are not yet cursed.
Yeah, true. M. Cypher saying, bring a snack. That is in there. That was one that Aaron put in there. Yeah, if you don't have snacks on site, if you can get a ride to the nearby Walmart, do it. And if you can't, get someone who's going there to help you. And if you can't, you can use rideshare food delivery services to go to grocery stores sometimes. But that will get a little pricier. And also, for those who don't know, TFCon Toronto, that hotel has jugs of ice water everywhere. So make use of them.
Yeah.
We got Superlink catalog scans. This is okay. So fan to fan, we know doesn't exist anymore. TF Club message boards. Is that one we've checked before?
I'm not sure.
This apparently was the discovery of the Armada, Cyclonus, and Demolisher repaints from Superlink. So there's some news.
She's trying on the link. What? Club.tfclub.com. Simplified Chinese. So it goes. I mean, it goes to a page.
TLK pointing out something that was brought up last stream too. Quote: "The legacy listings are breaking my 2003 immersion." I think it makes it more funny, especially the fact that there is a listing for Legacy Armada Galvatron sitting right there.
Yeah. Armada Galvatron. What? It's G1 Optimus Prime. It's the sound tape guy. What's your concerns?
Yeah, the one on the right just that doesn't fit in ever. That's sticking out like a sore thumb. Animated Motormaster. Yeah. See, Armada Galvatron was out. He just couldn't do that pose back then. You gotta kind of squint at him a little bit. We're having reports that Wave 5 might be the end of Heroes of Cybertron. I'm sure someone could check TF Wiki to see if that's actually what happened. Salamander saying the truth. Animated Motormaster is my favorite 2003 Transformer. Wait, there's an Armada Motormaster? Orson! Orson, stop posting. We can't ask him. Oh yeah, this was the year when we got introduced to quote-unquote world's smallest.
Smallest, yes.
So this was the first sighting of images of Wave 2, which we can't see, but they were from a scanned image of Figure King, which was scanned in 2003, so I bet it was a small picture.
Mm-hmm. Small picture of very small toys.
Yeah. What's this? Debate of the week. Damn it. Recap article. Like, this was how to do business on the internet in 2003, but
yeah,
21 years later, it means we can't look at what everyone said. First Superlink packaging picks.
You didn't even read what the debate topic was going to be, though.
Because we read this one before, didn't we? Oh, Oh, he ruled the new one in. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, the next debate topic was, within the next month, Transformers Energon will be on the shelves of stores across the country, that being the United States of America. Given what you have seen thus far through official releases or prototypes on eBay, which was how you saw things ahead of time back then, what do you like and what do you dislike? What do you feel the strengths and weaknesses of Energon will be, and what would you like to see added into Energon? I don't remember what the discourse was like at this point yet, because everyone was overhyping Energon in their heads at this point. Like, a lot of us were expecting Energon Wave 1 to feel like Armada Wave 13 or whatever.
Right.
So
it's going to be the second coming.
Yeah, this was, I think, the first time as a fandom we had that moment when a line rolls over and you're at Wave 1 again, and it feels often like you're at Wave 1 again because the line's trying to do... In this case, the line was trying to do something super new. So, yeah, we were really, I think, hyping, especially the Decepticons, we were hyping a lot of stuff up. TLK, is this before the Energon cartoon started airing? Yes, it is. We don't know anything about the Energon cartoon yet, other than the Evanescence AMV that a Hasbro lady played at the OTFCC that year, which no one can find a copy of, and which had a giant pillar in the middle of the room, so it made it very hard to record it on your digital camera if you had one that could do that. Superlink packaging picks. First pick, Masterpiece Optimus and BTO2 packaging. Release date. Magna Convoy's gift set came out in Toys R Us Japan. I forgot that they kind of gift setted Armada Optimus a couple times back then. Because there's this one. Oh no, I'm actually thinking of Unicron Trilogy Optimus. I'm already thinking of Cody Ramble. That doesn't even exist yet. Kmart just released an Optimus and Jetfire gift set. Optimus has a gold chest, I guess. I don't understand what orange red alert.
Yeah, all the trash talking.
Kickback
must have been intoxicated whilst
this is drunk posting.
Writing this one.
This is drunk posting.
Yeah.
I'm moving on. Okay, M Cypher saying that Optimus had gold instead of... I remember that now. Yeah, he was a gold truck cab. It's weird that... Did that one ever get decades later reinventing like Splendid Convoy? Or did that kind of just get lost to time? Pee Pee Poo Poo has returned. Let's see. Amazon, Armada stuff, listings for smallest Wave 2, Tiny Tins. Walmart kicks off the toy price war. So this is when Walmart was hard undercutting Toys R Us and Target in the States. Yeah. I never got to get the benefits of that in Canada. Chris Carter of X-Files fame. Chris Carter's War Within site has updated with an interview with Don Figueroa. Does that interview still exist?
That's Linkrot.
That is mx2.confluentasp.com/Chris Carter/War Within was the website that is now gone. I love reading old URLs. I don't know why. There's something that kind of joyous to me about that. M Cypher not remembering, I'm guessing, the price war. it might have been really brief for the holiday. It's the impression I got. Toy galleries. So first, it said Transformers Switch ads. For a second, I was like, the Nintendo Switch? So, okay, this was made by Necro Thug, which was not a company that was a board member. Something different that'll make you laugh your pants off. I'm guessing this was Photocomics. I'm assuming this was Photocomics.
StickArmy.com Switch Index.
Damn it. That's Stick Army with no C, by the way. That wasn't the Apple. No, this was. I assume that was Photocomics.
Yeah, that's I think that's an individual person because that was Necro Thug from the boards.
Yeah, it's been a bit since there was a Seth Buzzard Them Funny Robots posting in here, so it's worth mentioning. Another piece of remaining evidence that TFW used to be a smaller, more community message board is that like people who made photocomics or stuff would sometimes just get front paged if staff liked their photocomic. That obviously doesn't happen anymore.
Yeah.
So let's see. The final episodes of Armada aired in December on Cartoon Network in the States in 2003. Hasbro has just re-trademarked Dead End and Fusors. Did the 03 Fusors re-trademark go anywhere that I am forgetting?
Well, Dead End was for the Alternator.
Yeah, but what about the... Because this was after the Armada Beasts, right?
Yeah. And even then, I don't think the Armada Beasts were called Fusors.
They were
released in Armada.
Yeah, they were Transmetals.
Yeah, they just took the Transmetals and put a Minicon peg or 3 on it and just went like, I don't know, here.
Okay, sorry for saying he doesn't think it got used. Like, yeah, sometimes these trademarks just didn't go anywhere, but every now and then I see one and I'm like, interesting. I know I would have glanced at that because there were Fusors in the Universe line Trent Salamander was mentioning, but I think this is after that line started. Logos Miner saying Zoid's Fusors might have come out shortly after this. I forgot about the existence of that.
Yeah, because this is just Hasbro re-trademarking. It's not like it was specific groups.
And yeah, Flame War, I think by late 03, Purple Silver Bolt was like a Wave 1 figure in that, right? Either Purple Silver Bolt or Fancy Tigerhawk. There was a Fancy Tigerhawk in Universe, right?
Yeah.
I think one or both of those were... Okay, sorry for saying, that Silver Bolt was Wave 1. Okay. They were both Wave 1. There we go. Oh, yeah, Razor Claw. That was his name. We got, the first photos of Energon Perceptor, looks like. Transformers.com was sharing that after the first photos of Alternators Hound, which I remember that was a big splash. Because after Sideswipe in Binaltech, it was like, so are these always going to be fully posable? Then Hound just pops out going like, what's up? I'm basically an action figure. Hound, arguably the first one that was just a nice large Transformer, if I recall correctly. First package picks of 20th Anniversary Optimus. We got a whole bunch of updates off of Transformers.com. I think this was the debut of King... This was the payoff of the King Atlas trademark that had been gotten a month prior. I remember that was a big talking point very briefly back then. Hasbro Holiday Charity Auctions. Is Tiger Electronics still a brand name that is in use?
Yes.
Okay.
You'll occasionally see, like, reissue kind of things where it's the games that you would have remembered being released, like, now.
By the way, look at what each auction contained. An Armada Unicron, a Built-to-Rule Optimus, and a Nerf football. Like, what a sway...
Hot dang!
Giant Transformer, funny not Lego, and throw this at your brother's head. You know, that kind of vibe. Don't throw the Unicron at your brother's head. That's dangerous. There's a GoBots hauler bot in the charity auctions on eBay, which apparently looked different than the ones on shelves. Wonder what the story was on that. I saw something here, Flame. We're still waiting for my Legacy United Universe Razor Claw. I was so hoping Legacy at some point would do Universe, just so we'd have that once on a package. Like maybe for Sideburn, maybe they could do like a repaint, which is like Transformers Legacy United Universe Sideburn. I think it'd be really worth it. I want someone to have put that into a print template. Transformers 20% off at Kmart this weekend. Kmart. Dengeki Hobby and Hobby Japan. Oh, this is where I guess we found out that the MPO1 trailer is cardboard. I still have that trailer back out west. I like the cardboard trailer. No one else did back then, but I did. TransformersCon up. Oh yeah, this is TFCon before it was called TFCon. This was the second TransformersCon.
And it leads to yet a different TransformersCon when you click on it. Transformers Confluence.
Is it okay for me to click it?
It has a shop, but it also says book your hotel, and it points at other TFCon things that leave me kind of confused.
What? What? But Spike is on sale.
You go to the shop, and the first thing the first thing that shows up on the shop is the EX01 Nicey. You know, that RC.
What? Like, this seems to be someone just hoping people go to that website.
Yeah.
I'm gonna click events. Show me the events product. Just some hotels. So 3 of these are TFCon, 4 of these are TFCon hotels. I'm assuming this is where TFCon Orlando was. So this appears to just be assembling every TFCon hotel listing ever.
Yeah.
There's also a 99-cent knockoff of Volcanicus. And a Segway super scooter for $3,500. Don't go to this website. This website is dangerous and a trap. I'm closing this. Anyway, the TransformersCon.com URL got compromised. Bill's Toys and Games update. Everything's still smooth sailing so far. Debate of the week recap is no longer listing the new topic. Did this peter out really fast?
I don't terribly remember it, so it's not like it's a thing that was probably fond in many people's hearts.
Yeah. Books on Walmart, bonus packs. I wish we had photos of these bonus packs here, because it'd be so fun to just come. I know, like, we can find them, but it's not the same. I'm going to say, I think some of those debates had to have gone well, because the message... Oh, here it is. Okay, do continue. The posting quality on the boards in 03 was one of its golden ages, as I remember it. Like, because TFW was a site that did run off some of the more crotchety ball joint fetishists. That's how I'd put it. So we had a quality in there, but again, it was also a smaller community. It's not like we had a quality and so everyone went there. It's like, no, we were a small contained message board community like many other ones.
Yeah.
But there was a quality in there.
It goes back to also, like, it was like you kind of found your people, and then everybody else was the horrible enemy, and you hated them.
Yeah.
With the fiery passion of 1,000 suns. No, you're a T-Formers person. Get over there with the T-Formers. Like, see the kid picking his nose? Yeah. Okay, yeah, that's one of ours. See the kid behind him picking his nose? That's a T-Formers kid. You go over there.
Flame War 05 with the very of the time valid question, what the hell is a ball joint fetishist? Trickster popping in with beef, legit. So, back in the... I'll summarize it. When we went from RID 2001 and Beast Wars Neo into Wave 1 Transformers Armada, there were a handful of, like, literal personalities whose entire character trait was things without ball joints are terrible. And this became comical at times with things like what is it? I broke Armada Perceptor. I broke Armada Grindor while my Godfire Convoy, I threw down a staircase and it's in one piece still.
Mm-hmm. Broke a step because it's
such
better,
it's such an indestructible toy. But it was basically like any toy without ball socket joints is terrible was the thing back in the early 2000s, where a lot of, for the most part, it was lots of us. Young me was so hungry to have lengthy quote reply fights with people over that, where I would tear apart their faulty logic because I was right out of high school and a little scumbag. To go like, whoa, so you are telling me a ball socket joint is somehow better than the more solid construction of an elbow hinge with bicep swivel? Or I would just leave that alone and go like, you were telling me you broke a grind door but somehow did not break Godfire Convoy? I was far too online. But it was a really big thing back then. But that was also the height of hot takes. Because at that point, like, a lot of the TFW crowd were of a younger sort, so almost all of us loved Beast Era, for instance. Some people didn't love it, but we didn't really have, as I recall at least, anyone who was trying to pick fights about how the Beast Era ruined stuff, because that was from a previous version of the fandom. A lot of that was on Usenet, which I know a couple folks in the chat can speak to. On TFW, we joked about Truck Not Monkey, but for the most part, we were just like, Transformers are cool. And, just kind of kept moving along. It's weird. This is a whole other thing I want to do a panel / discussion / everything about sometime. Because there are chapters of fandom, like All Toys Transformers on Usenet, and All Toys Transformers something moderated. I forgot what the C stood. Classics moderated. Predated me. I was a K-12 when I was looking at those. And I was too chicken to post for the most part. So I don't know a lot about that. I spectated a lot of it. And I thought that was the entire fandom. It kind of was for some years. And I don't know a lot about that stuff. I only know I read a lot of it. So I know a lot of it academically, which is probably going to make, Cypher and Trickster feel horrifically artificed by me saying that. But also, that's, how people feel when we look at old news now. Oh yeah, Trickster saying, I was Truck Not Monkey till the show writing won me over, no lie. Oh yeah. Cypher, you can't make me feel any old. True. Same here, kinda. You build up an immunity. I can injure myself sleeping.
Yep. I've done that recently.
Kind of been there. Anyway, let's keep moving on. This is an AMV thing. Oh, this is actually really cute. Our very own Jux created a new music video about Beast Wars. It's based on Dinobot. You can download it by right-clicking here and choosing Save As. The video is about 14 megabytes in size, so dial-up users beware.
You skip over another debate of the week, man.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I got on a tangent. I'll read what the topic was. The original line of the Transformers lasted for many years before meeting with demise. The question is, when exactly did the Transformers G1 toy line die? Was it with the death of the Optimus Prime character in the movie? Did G1 die when Pretenders hit the scene? Or were the Action Masters the final nail in the coffin of G1 Transformers? In your eyes, when did G1 die out? Bear in mind, this was in 2003, so we were still we were on the tail end of having minor validity to this kind of topic, because Transformers had not yet become, I'm going to use the phrase monolithic, but at this time I remember I was a real persnickety little nerd about this, where I was like, well, technically G1 never died until the toy line G2 came out, because I was in Germany buying G1 Transformers right before G2 came out. Actually. In many years, like 7. Says Robot Lore Keeper. Also, G1 never died. Well, Simeon Scott, in the aughts, we had not yet reached Evergreen. So there was, this was when G1 in a mainline was like, we repainted the old guy from Speedia in cup colors, and that made everyone go gaga, because it was like, whoa!
Yeah. Yeah, the nostalgia factor was the vaguest of hints at things, and that's why so many news items about 20th anniversary Optimus Prime.
Oh,
Because that was really the first thing that was like, hey, like the first time pulling out the member berries, you know,
Yeah.
because it was G1 was the thing, and then G1 ended, however, and then G2 was the thing, and then Beast Wars was a thing, and it was just like, here are these hard stops, and then as soon as that's done, we just flush everything prior and come back around.
Yeah.
These last 5, 6, 7 years of like just raw nostalgia. I'll make finger quotes. I don't have a face cam, so you can't see me make air
I'll
quotes.
do them for you. Don't worry.
Of nostalgia line releases make it significantly different in how we'd kind of see it today.
Also, Simeon Scott saying, was Armada not meant to be the return of G1 styles, though? At the time, that was not even in consideration as far as the fandom was concerned. It would maybe pop up here and there in discussions, but a majority of the, we'll call it groupthink, was that Armada was a completely brand new thing. On the back of really petty stuff, like Trickster was pointing out, there was a guy called Wheeljack, and we were like, why does he look like Sideswipe, and he's like a former Autobot turned Decepticon? And the answer was, Wheeljack was considered to be a villain name because it sounded like carjacking. And then it would take only one more toy line where we would then literally get Energon Wheeljack, the, you know, looks, well, he was called Downshift, I think, in Energon. Sorry, I'm thinking of Superlink Wheeljack. So it was very muddy compared to now.
Salamander. Armada randomized all the character names. It was being decidedly un-G1 in a lot of ways.
Yeah, in hindsight, Armada can be seen as a lot of G1 themes coming back, but at the time, especially on the back of the articulation discourse, I don't recall that even being near the conversation.
It might have also just been like the first idea of, hey, we've got more history. Like, can we kind of pull some of it back?
Yeah.
And, you know, yeah, sure, yeah. Wave sign, you know, got to keep the trademark alive era, you know, because some of these things had been lost. There hadn't been maybe necessarily the same guide to it. I mean, it was really the first time coming back to vehicles. You know, if you want to say G1 is vehicles. And
yeah, like vehicles.
Beast Wars went away from it with animals, and yeah, it's
like
kind of coming back to
Beast Machines had vehicles that did not look like they were meant for humans to use for the most part, and the Armada ones were weird, but they were like, it's a car with doors, right? And like that was like a thing. There was some other stuff I saw in here. I actually wanted to shout out M-Sci for calling out some, I'm going to call it truth. Cyclonus is a great name for helicopter. It is. Much like if you just get Wheeljack, right, in a vacuum, you can kind of see how they arrived at that. If you have the name Cyclonus, and you're like, oh, Cyclone, helicopter. It's like, yeah. I loved introducing Armada Cyclonus to people who jumped on with More Than Meets the Eye, the comic book. When they were like, oh, who's this Cyclonus? I'm like, oh, here's what he looks like. And it's like, huh? Because he does not look like the other one. Is the way you can describe him best. But we're also at something here for Edge Magazine. I remember Edge Magazine because the Toronto World's Biggest Bookstore would sometimes get other magazines I didn't see elsewhere in Western Canada.
Link, I will call it link rot because it goes to gamesradar.com/edge.
Oh, they bought them and then, okay, so it doesn't go to their article, I'm guessing.
Yeah.
Hey, look, Aaron, it's Energon Mega Wave 1.5.
5. Yep.
The one that added Jetfire, if I recall correctly. Which explains now the eternal presence of Energon Ironhide for a long time. If he was his own case in Wave 1. Also, shout out old size classes, Mega, Ultra, Basic, Deluxe, Ultra. This was the return of Deluxe, wasn't it? Because this is going from SuperCon.
No, well, it stayed... Oh, yeah, it was SuperCon, and then, yeah, it was... Universe had the Deluxes, and then that was just like the $10 price point.
Yeah.
That's
Oh, sorry for pointing out, it added Jetfire and dropped Magnus. I forgot Magnus was technically Wave 1. He was like the blue Magnus. The one that was like oddly impossible to find for some time. Let's see, we got the update on the student artist contest. The winner was oh, that's a good name. The winner is Apollo Okamura, age 27, of Sheridan College in Oakville. This was the 4 exposure thing. This dreamwaveprod.ca. This is gonna go nowhere. Yeah, page not
it
found.
goes nowhere.
Oh, okay, Cypher saying that was Treadbolt. Right, I forgot Treadbolt existed. That was the Armada Scavenger repaint. That was the only Transformers toy I saw in Germany in 2006 when I visited Germany for a month. I just saw Treadbolt. A single Treadbolt on nearly every shelf that I saw. See, a fun look at Universe Skywarp. This one is more humorous than a normal gallery. I wish we could see it. I'm guessing it's 52toys.com. Wait.
She 404'd.
Damn. I was going to say 52toys.com.
Yeah.
Is that not the Beast Box people?
That is.
Is S250 the young version of the Beast Box guy?
No.
Because the Beast Box guy demonstrably likes Transformers. I wonder. I don't know if there's any way to figure this out.
Okay, so I just searched for S250 as a member, and his byline is Beastbox 50.
Is this 21 years prior Beastbox guy? Sounds like it is. That's why I didn't expect to find that. I mean, we don't know 100%, but...
And he's posted in 52 Toys threads on TFW.
Seeming more likely. That's really funny. Accidentally finding 21-year-old evidence of the existence of the Beastbox guy. Someone needs... I don't know if y'all can see any time codes. This is a time code I'd really like to have, if possible. That's so cool! Because we were talking last stream about how Villavalo from His Infernal Majesty also was a TFW poster in the early 2000s, most likely. This is obviously a little bit different, but also kind of the same. We'll keep moving on. JT Elm, this is like going back in time and finding another time traveler. Cypher saying 52 is more than 5 10s, and that's terrible. It's a lot, but the extra 2, they might be counterbalances so you don't fall over. TV Tokyo's Superlink section is online, but probably offline now. Fan-to-fan have... See anything?
Deadlink.
Deadlink, alright. Fan-to-fan with linkage comic scans. I am assuming the linkage comics have been scanlated at this point. I feel like I read them once, so they probably are out there somewhere. Gold Kmart Prime and Magna Convoy. Hang on, I clicked on the start menu. Magna Convoy DX is a weird comparison. I'm guessing that's somewhere in here. Oh, M. Cypher saying the linkage comic has been scanlated and is up somewhere. Guess who? Alright, confirmed. By the way, shout out to Trickster on Iacon Underground, who has been putting up the nicest quality uploads of Inhumanoids I have ever seen. Banobobot. Linkage was the Pack-In... Is it the Pack-In comic that was with the Micron Densetsu DVDs? If I recall correctly?
Something like that, yeah.
Oh, Cypher saying it was Ichikawa and Doug Blinn who just did the editing. Well, yes, hey, you're the one who's here. All right. Yeah, the evil that lies within. I don't want to get on this tangent, but I just want to say thank you for putting those up, because when I was little, my family had 2 VHSs, so we bootlegged tons of rentals, and I had a bootleg of episodes, thanks to you, I could see 2 and 3 of Inhumanoids. So I saw the debut of Nightcrawler, and I never understood what... I always felt like, what happened? Where in the mythology was all this? It was interesting to see how some of that stuff turned out. Inhumanoids, really worth watching. Parts of that show, I don't understand how it made it to air. They weren't even doing Samurai Jack stuff. That show was horrific. There's a thing called there's a funny looking one-eyed thing, and there's a sequence where it hatches from an egg, and then there's literal gore, and there's red blood. Cypher, mind if I WayBackMachine link to the comic? Can you shoot me that link on, like, Blue Sky or something? Yeah, Gagoyle! Because non-mods can't post links in here. That's YouTube's thing. That's not us. So, like, pop me a link on, like, Blue Sky or something, and then I can then back-channel the link to the comic. Iacon Underground is just a channel where the Inhumanoid stuff can be seen. Simeon Scott. So when you get a chance, I believe Trickster, you also have Visionaries up, if I remember right. I haven't looked through everything yet. I kind of just zeroed in on the Nightcrawler debut and then the Gagoyle episode. Gagoyle has an amazing line where a villain points at his monster and then in a commanding 80s toy commercial cartoon voice says, "Digest him!" And it's amazing. And also at one point says, "Do not digest him!" Just like straight up. I think it's a kink. Anyway, first United States Energon sightings, November 26, 2003. It's happening. Happened in Springfield, Oregon at a Walmart. Oh, Simeon said Aaron Archer's about to go live, so we're probably not going to have an Orson pop in. So we're not going to get the check-in on the... I was going to ask him if there was any editorial internally on those Transformers.com Q&As. Dreamwave updates with a preview, Superlink preview scans with a big... What's the big surprise? This is when we discovered that the Quintessons might make their return in Superlink. Before we found out it was just one.
Right.
Alpha Q, as he was known in Japan, and for, I think, 1 episode or 2. Mm-hmm. Before they decided to start saying the Alpha Quintesson.
Yeah, after they went, what now?
That's another reason why I prefer the Superlink dub, is to just constantly hear people say, Alpha Q! Alpha Q! It was really fun. Also, I'm nothing against the dubs or whatever, but in Superlink, everyone had a cartoon voice quirk. When I watched Energon the couple of times I caught it on TV, everyone sounded kind of the same to me, because a lot of them just sounded kind of like a tough guy. And then in Superlink, they just went goofy with it. So, like, in Energon, Downshift, or Hoiru Jaku, sounded just stoned. That was his voice kink, is he sounded like Lorenzo Music. Nothing about that made sense, but it made it easier to tell when he was talking, because they were all those funny, like, cell textured CG models that were otherwise just doing this, talking a bunch, and then doing this, right? So when they all had goofy cartoon... That's why the Cybertron dub, subsequently, was a bit easier to follow than Galaxy Force. Because in Galaxy Force, they flipped it. So in Galaxy Force, in Japan, everyone sounded like a shonen hero. And in that case, it was a little bit harder sometimes to tell who was talking. And then they went just kabonker bonkers with Cybertron. Anyway, tangent. Happy Thanksgiving, Aaron.
Hey.
Eat turkey, watch football, and enjoy the day. So, turkey and football was a thing. Yeah, okay. How's the turkey?
Pretty good. This would still be the time frame when I'd be doing it. The grandparents and grandma took Thanksgiving very seriously.
Logos Minor does not remember them ever saying Alpha Q in the dub. I am really sure they did at least once. Maybe I'm Mandela affecting now, but I would love to know if I'm wrong. I just could have sworn it was like they said it once in the dub, and the Energon dub was such a weird rushed thing that like it was almost like I always assumed someone got handed a note while they were recording an episode of like, we actually can't say Alpha Q.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of Kicker screaming Optimus. In Superlink, there was a lot of Volfog from Gaugaigar, who was playing Grand Convoy at the time, saying Kika! That's what I always remember. There were a lot of Gaugaigar voices in Superlink. That also is part of why I really liked Superlink compared to Energon's dub. I hate Superlink still, but I also kind of love it, but in a way where I hate it. Headmaster's fan dub trailer. I forgot we would have fan dub trailers.
Yeah.
And then we would just link to Iacon Hub, which is not Iacon Underground. I had that brain crossroads the first time I saw the username Iacon Underground. Because I was like, was Trickster in Iacon Hub? Because that was a place where you could go into some peer-to-peer system that I can't remember anymore. And that's how we shared, like, TV rips. It was how we shared TV rips. One of the transmissions guys was running it at the time. That was another weird thing when I met the transmissions guys, and I was like, I think it was Jeremy. And I was like, did you run Iacon Hub where I downloaded the Armada debut? And I got in trouble because I had a music video of the song Sex by Oomph, and it clocked something in your system that there was an oomph-sex.mp4, and you were like, you gotta not have that in the shared. And I was like, oh, I never thought about that. That does look really bad in a file listing, doesn't it? Anyway, there was a trailer for the Headmaster's fan dub. Those fan dubs eventually became kind of formative for a couple of folks who went on to do things. I always forget the exact names, but it's trackable info. Oh, Trickstreet, someone asked you about that one. That's funny. Well, there you go. There's, if you didn't know, there's the closed loop. Because yeah, in early aughts, Masters of the Universe 2000X, Armada, and something else. I think the Batman. I was getting all of those out of Iacon Hub. Grand Convoy image and release date changed. Okay, a bunch of things got bumped to January 04. Oh, we're cruising. We're almost at December.
Yeah.
We're about to hit December. Hell yeah, Aaron, we're going to do it.
Yeah.
Remember when people were joking it would take us until, like, next year to do this?
Yeah.
Oh, Simeon's got TMT03. Part of it, yeah. By the mid-aughts, I think I was, like, losing track of some shows just to watch Justice League Unlimited. And that's also... The mid-2000s is when my life got taken over by City of Heroes Virtue Server role-player fiction lore, specifically. And I missed out on a lot of things. In November 2903, the official Floro Dairy website updated with design sketches. The official Floro Dairy website, by the way, was hometown.aol.com/quest with a K 144. Aaron, does that still work?
No, that
does not still
does
work.
not.
Okay.
It just takes you to AOL.
Ah, okay.
Which, oddly, that page still works.
Why? I'm
Because
just
there are still
realizing.
people paying for, well, it's just like a news, politics, sports, customize a homepage type thing.
Oh.
Because there are still people that are paying for dial-up.
I mean, good on them. TV Magazine photo galleries. The synopses are back for Beast Wars 2nd and Neo. Again, in the aughts, you wanted clicks. These don't work anymore, I am assuming, if it's CFW/modules. The December contest at Bill's Toys and Games was to win a set of Alternators, Smokescreen, and Sideswipe. Product listing for Superlink stuff primarily in December. So that was a big product launch. I like SC08, the Energon Savior, because we still were kind of learning how to Romanize things.
Mm-hmm.
People are still actually learning how to Romanize things even now, to be honest. Oh, here we go. Hyper Hobby updates. Oh, here we go. It has 2 new characters on Superlink, Alpha Q, a Quintesson-type entity, and Kicker, human in power suit. An introduction to the Superlink storyline. It was 10 years after Micron Legend, humans and the Autobots have builded a peaceful society on Earth. Just then, a very powerful source of energy called Energon was discovered. Wanting to have this power for its own, a mysterious army under the lead of Alpha Q launched an attack on Earth. Can Grand Convoy protect Earth from this onslaught? A new battle begins with New Age of Transformers. Not wrong. The debate recap we can't look at. Energon Basics. Statues, Energon in package. We're into December.
Gonna do it.
So hype. This is Toy Story. I think also this is going to be a bit quicker because, if I recall correctly, summer, because of conventions, tended to be denser.
Yeah.
And that might be why this debate of the week thing is happening, because we're moving into a dried up period.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, this is funny. SFX Magazine in the UK with an article about the 80s revival. It's official, the 80s are back. Transformers comics are top of the charts. A new movie adaptation is in the pipeline. We take a nostalgic look back at your 80s favorites. Thanks to Llama God. I think Llama God is still posting somewhere. Anyway, SFX Magazine, UK Magazine. I don't know it, but... Oh, so that's my problem. You want to see why the fandom hates Kicker. So I never watched Energon to any point where I can remember any of it. In Superlink, Kicker was a very, very angry boy.
Yeah.
And I think that back then, that was the main thing people found annoying, was he was just an angry anime boy.
I also feel like, again, this is trying to dredge 20-year-old memories. I feel like it was also, like, he was introduced in the cartoon, and like all of this stuff is going on, and we had no idea why Kicker was there with the power suit and whatever mystical mojo was going on with him, when like the text sales were like, oh, this is a continuation of the previous one, and instead it's like, oh, here's this new kid.
And time skip, right?
And yes, I mean, Scott, he's kid character who really wants to be involved with the plot and has special powers.
And his special powers also... So my memories of Superlink are Kicker, the older Armada kids, and his special power to detect Energon all sort of ceased to be present or matter very fast.
Yeah.
The first, say, 13, 14 episodes of Superlink felt like they could turn into a fun Transformers anime, and then it felt as though a part of the show's brain died. Shortly after Demolisher died. And that's when it became clear that, like, there are no stakes, there are no carryovers, there's no long-term storytelling. Everyone's going to get mind-wiped, and not mind-wiped as a plot point, mind-wiped so that if you start watching now, it doesn't matter if you didn't see what happened earlier, because these characters are just...
It's like, what's the other trope? Idiot for sake of the plot. Like, hey, some of these characters that otherwise shouldn't be doing this, but because the plot needs somebody to be dumb, the genius character is suddenly the dumb character for no good reason.
I mean, that stuff I'd even have
a better way to write it.
For what the show was, I'd have patience for that stuff. It was mostly like how much work the show put in early on to establishing its ties to Armada, to aggressively and almost cruelly sever them before episode 20. And that's the thing that always really, really makes me mad about that show. It's also why in a roundtable at a previous TFCon where we had to argue the best show in Transformers history, I argued that Superlink is the best, because it is so academically and infinitely shreddable for how much lost potential it generated as it went. No other show is a literal source of entropy the way that show was, and I think that's very impressive. Anyway, Built to Rule Scorponok? I think this was us discovering Built to Rule might extend into Energon. Andrew Wildman interview. This is when we were discovering that the Minibot set was going to get repainted, and that 3 of them are now Decepticons. This is before I think we knew what they were. This is before the GoBot connection was made. Minicon 6-packs for Energon. but these are just Armada ones being repacked. Smokescreen reissue. Armada leaves Toonami in January. So this is when I know we've had people react to ToonZone.net before. So this came from ToonZone.net, and this was that Armada was going to leave the Toonami block starting January 5th. Toonami itself would eventually leave, as I understand it.
And then come back, and then leave, and then come back, and then leave?
I don't know what's up with Toonami. I mean, I never had Cartoon Network in Canada, so I'm... I try to keep up, but, like, yeah, the eras of Toonami are scattershot enough that I don't really understand them that well. What I do understand is a Bill's Toys and Games update from Bill and Harry. So there was a Harry involved. The new debate topic. Every Transformers fan has their favorite series of Transformers. Some cannot give enough. Some cannot give enough of the original Generation 1 figures in cartoon. What does that mean?
Chris is drunk posting.
Okay,
again.
drunk posting.
Kickback is drunk posting.
While others crave the plot and innovation of such lines as Armada and Beast Machines. With that in mind, which Transformer series is your favorite, and why? What makes your favorite series better than any series before and or after it? I will point out, YouTube does not yet exist, so the notion of... writing had not yet been obliterated on the internet, so the notion of base listing and comparison was still kind of wholesome in 2003. That's something that I think might now be a little foreign, that idea, because it has become such a monetized and easy potato chip churn out filler kind of thing to do. There's still obviously valid comparison and lists that can be done, but it unfortunately is one of the things that, like, you know, listicle became a swear word for a while for a reason. Amazon.com has a preview up for the PS2 Transformers Armada Prelude to Energon video game strategy guide. It is 128 pages long.
Because you had to have strategy guides for games. How else are you going to beat the game?
This is where I kind of glance over at a certain person who is watching this, and I make the worst. Hey, did you do this one? Because I know you did some of these. I'm the worst. Oh, you bake? I had a cake once. Did you make that one? Okay, not this one. I was glancing at Cypher has some resume in the realm of strategy guides, but I could not remember if this one was one of them. This is when we... Oh, here we go. Was this one of... This wasn't the Energon Wave, but okay, in December 03, in a tragic turn of events, the TFW IM system died in a database failure. This was a precursor to the Energon Wave. So this is when we added the chat feature. I have a vague memory that we hated this.
Yeah, this was a thing that was just like an open... I mean, it'd be like a Discord channel today. It was just like anybody could vomit any noise into it, as memory serves.
Yeah. Because we had private messages. They became the IM feature, which was basically private messages with, like, sort of a pop-up notification, if I recall correctly. We moved into this, then we went back to private messages, and now we have the discussions private message system. Because there were group private messages, and little inside baseball. One of the original ways that people tried to be scumbags on TFW when we were a smaller community is they would try to get together in group PMs and have little sessions like how we're gonna bully this person off the boards or whatever. And then they would discover that the moderators could just read those group PMs and then go like, hey, we know that you think that you set up this user to be breaking the rules and get banned or whatever. We can see the group PM where you were all strategizing how to do it. So what if instead you're all in trouble? As I distinctly recall. Because this will be... I think we brought this up before in other streams, this specific thing. And this will be very Roman to some of you. This will be very, like, dead language to some of you. Once upon a time on TFW, moderating was not done to a very large numbered list of rules and regulations, moderating was very the way I like it. It was very, hey, we see what you're doing, so leave. Hey, we see what you're doing. You lose. Because again, the user base was small enough that it was possible to kind of put the work in and detective on, like, hey, something's up, something's going on here. Once we had the 07 exponential user base growth, it was quickly learned that was impossible with a volunteer system. Trickster saying me running my Mastodon server. Yeah. And hey, private Mastodon, not private, obviously it's, it's somewhere, Mastodon servers are somewhere between private and public, right? Like, that'd be a way to put it. But yeah, that's something that now is back with Discord servers, Mastodon servers, where you can kind of, like, if you're in the Vangelus Discord, you've seen my rules, right? I'll share, I think I've shared them on stream sometimes. End of the stream, if I don't, remind me, and I can share them if you're not in the Discord and haven't seen them. I love sharing my rules, because my rules are born of this era of TFW, and I reference this era of TFW, where I'm like, if I can tell you're doing something, you're dead. So I will melt your brain with my psychic powers. I'll share them, because I'm fine sharing my rules. It's not hidden stuff.
Go for it.
Should I do it now?
I mean, it's the topic that you had. That's the only way that you'll remember it, is if you do it now.
True. Let me go grab an image of them that I sent to someone else, because that'll be easier. Then I can open in browser. Excuse me. Open in browser. Secret look at the Discord. Here you go. So here's my server rules. I just zoomed in on them. There's chatter channels that I can't possibly... Here's a bit of inside baseball. Meme slop plunge is in there because I had many requests by the user base to have a memes channel, and I didn't really understand why, because I was like, can't you just post memes? But I put a vote up, and everyone's like, yeah, meme channel. So I was like, okay, since this isn't my idea, I'm going to try to give it the most wet name possible. And I came up with Meme Slop Plunge. But yeah, my rules up here, I'm not actually sure if these are visible, so I'm going to inflate them a bit. But as you can see, it's just like, number one, be nice, be kind. I made these up after a few months of the rules just being like, be good. I thought we should maybe have some bullet points. And so I'm very straightforward that, like, and if you've watched my streams, you know, so I made this clear. I'm like, I am progressive leaning. We're nice to LGBTQ plus people. So there is no room for the, like, the marketplace of ideas, blah, blah, blah. It's like, it should be pretty clear, like, how my brain leans, and that's going to be how the server leans. And, we're not going to be, like, rude about it, but, like, don't come in going, like, I want to leave a room for blah, blah, blah. And, yeah, there it is. I was on TFW when there was a news and politics forum in the early 2000s. Don't think I can't tell if you're trying to be a sneak. That was the most direct reference. I also mentioned the idea of admin and moderators. There still aren't any other than me, because, like, I hate figuring out moderator stuff. That's why the Discord, I've mentioned this before, the lock on the door is you have to be either a YouTube member or a patron once. So basically you put like $2 into a slot on the door. Then you can come in and you can stay. You don't have to stay a member or anything. That's just like my initial barrier, so that I can't have like some roaming crowd of people coming in trying to start something. Then my next level of security is when you join, your initial role is one that can't post pictures. So that we can't get someone who's like, I'm going to put in the $2 so I can spam gore. I have to manually rolls you once you get in there. So you have to play a long game. And then if you do, then I'm still going to just delete your post and kick you out anyways.
and keep your $2.
And keep your $2. So there's how my Discord works. This is not an advertisement. I truly, I don't want to go like, and everyone should join. I like our
everyone
Discord.
should join.
I like our Discord, but I'm not aiming for growth. I've always tried to make that clear to people. I'm not like, we're going to have the biggest one ever. It's just a chill space. It has a coin slot on the door, and you're getting that same chill space if you're in the chat here, or if you, like, just talk to me on Blue Sky or something. So I don't ever want people to feel bad they're not in the Discord. It's just, that's part of the reason why I gated it, is it means less moderating and less trouble, I think. Because I've heard nightmare stories from friends who run open and large Discords, and I don't have the battery capacity to like engage in something like that right now. So, you know, hopefully it makes sense and it doesn't come across like too rude or anything. Yeah, and also I'll say, like, it's not like everyone's like super happy la 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 in there, but like, people figure it out. Like, if anything gets a little heated, I've watched. People figure it out, and I appreciate that. That's big smooches out to everyone who's in the Discord. Don't go in there trying to start things to see if you can push the limits, though, because like I said, I'll know. And, you don't want a 2000s era TFW member moderating you. That's think about how dirty that sounds.
Yeah.
Anyway, a little aside.
Somebody is grand finaleing a bunch of fireworks relatively nearby.
It's the 5th!
Yeah.
I know that it doesn't mean anything, but, you know.
Like, it's literally been constant explosions for 2 minutes.
I know in America it can be like, yeah, it's the 12th. I still have some, so I'm shooting them, but like...
Hey, one thing I like about this new neighborhood in comparison to the old one is there is not a fireworks tent a 3-minute walk from my front door.
I mean, that's nice.
Yeah.
Anyway, continuing to move up here. We got Energon toy previews from Transformers.com.
Energon
December
premiering on 30th. Oh, sorry. Did we get out of order there?
Oh, I was on the December 5. Gary Chalk confirmed as the voice of Energon Optimus Prime.
Mm-hmm.
Confirmed by Ben Yee. Some folks had that was another one that was fun. Some folks were like, Ben Yee was around back then. It's like, dog, Ben Yee was somehow there before they invented the Transformers.
Yes.
But so Aaron, were you saying something? Did I miss something, or were we just
Energon to premiere on Cartoon Network January 31st?
Oh, I glazed over that because of the chat feature.
Yeah.
At toonzone.net. There they are again. But yeah, January 31st. So 2004 is going to get right to it. First inbox picture of the reissue Astro Train, press release for Armada number 18. If you thought the Worlds Collide story shook things up, I love these pressers for Armada and Energon's comics. There was a bunch of these last stream where they're going like, this is going to be the next G1. We have so many things we're going to be doing in these comics. You can't believe it. And it's like all of that knowing that the Energon comic just like suddenly took a bullet to the head out of nowhere, like while an issue was being drawn.
Yeah. And all of them were, last month's book, garbage. It's nonsense. This book is going to make you literally jizz your pants.
Yeah, last month's book, memory hold.
Pat Lee is looking over it personally.
Oh, yeah, the part where Pat Lee...
personally involved. Personally.
Like, I am personally overseeing, even though I'm busy with so many projects, I'm personally overseeing the development of the Energon comic. It's so funny. And then, but also, it's kind of sad, because it's like, poor, like, 21 years younger Don Figueroa speaking full of hope about how, like, it's so great to, like, pick up, and you know, on the ongoing as well, how it's so great to be picking up what Pat Lee started, and I'm going to be taking over and running things, and, like, you know, if you followed Don Figueroa since he returned to the internet, kind of, in the last few years, like, he has justifiably not have a lot of fondness left for a lot of those memories, in my impressions anyway, and I think a lot of that is very valid, and so it's kind of endearing, but really sad to see, like, young Don's interview posts. Got 3 new Energon listings on Toys R Us. Yeah, like, Don got screwed over in so many ways. He's one of those folks where I'm like, no, that guy's allowed to be mad. I don't have a lot of bandwidth for, like, the madness to engage with it directly, but, like, that madness, that anger is coming from somewhere very genuine and very justifiable. We got the Beast Wars Neo Fandub episode 4. It's the best one yet. Energon Wave 1 Deluxes are out December 6, 2003. Griffman saying, I'm glad his love of Transformers seems to have returned. Yeah, any moment of happiness from current Don Figueroa makes me happy. I'm just like, thank goodness. Person deserves happiness.
Nick Poe saying those Energon Wave 1 Deluxes. That's another one of the old names.
Oh, which one?
Beatnik Poe for the
Oh!
Wave 1 Deluxes.
Yeah! Beatnik was part of the BotCon cruise, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Oh, man. Because I'm looking at both names. Defenses Prime is not activating this for me at all. I don't... If you're out there, Defenses Prime, I apologize if we met. But, like... Beatnik Poe is
You're
literally...
no Beatnik.
Beatnik Poe is unlocking a little inner door. Because I think we had formative experiences together at some early BotCons.
Because wasn't he also part of the Dairy Cons?
Was he?
Those two names are going together. I mean, for some reason.
I'm not going to remember this. I can tell. I can tell by the fog forming in front of my eyeballs right now. Oh! I love memories. They're so fun. Isn't it weird how our brains are like little actual electrical meat computers?
Yeah.
It's so weird. Today I was thinking again about how, like, I was feeling my knuckle, and I was like, isn't it messed up there's like a whole ass skeleton in here? Like, isn't that screwed up? Isn't it weird that my bones have never seen daylight? Like, that's so weird.
Except for your teeth.
True. Oh, yeah. Okay, some of them have. Are my other bones, like, envious?
Probably.
Okay. Someone found Energon Starscream. I remember he got found... Yeah, because he was Wave 1.5, but he got found early. I remember being hyped because I was like, that's the one toy I want. I was so set on wanting that Energon Starscream when he came out.
It's a dope toy.
It is
Even
a dope
today.
toy.
I mean, granted, he's just like Starscream and BB Starscream.
Yeah, sorry.
Smoke jumper.
I think Alan Weaver was saying to me, isn't it weird that we have meat computers and skeletons in us? Alan Weaver saying, no, I'm pretty sure that's a good thing. Trickster saying each one of us owns a human skull. That's so messed up.
Some of us more than one.
Yeah, some people have like a whole bunch, and that's actually unethical now. But we each ethically own one, and isn't that weird that you can ethically have one, but if you have two, you're a real weird person. All your bones are wet. Damn, you're right. Isn't it screwed up that our bones have, like, sponge inside them, kind of, with the marrow? That messed me up when I was a kid, because I assumed bones were like Wolverine. They're just, like, rock-hard things. Like when I was a little kid. December 2003 hits differently, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
My teeth are pretty moist, it's true. 20% off coupon in the Sunday papers for toys. When did we start doing this? Most local Sunday papers had a nice little coupon. That coupon was 20% off at Toys R Us.
Because we were all just just into college, just out of college, and cheap.
True. Speaking of just out of college, we just talked about it. Buzzbeak, the Seth Buzzard, with a Them Funny Robots update. Aaron, you found a way to see those, right?
Them Funny Robots still exists on the TFW boards, TFW 2005 boards. It is in the community Transformers Funnies, and then you have to like search for Seth or for Them Funny Robots.
Okay, so you can't
get back into the old times.
You can't use any of these links still, though.
Correct.
Yeah. Because once upon a time, Seth's Them Funny Robots, again, very much a thing from the time, it was the photo comic of this entire community. Like, it was just a hit. It clicked with a ton of people, so it had its own subforum on the 2005 boards.
Yeah. So, like the first thing in that forum is Super F Up, please read, from Tony Bacala on November 27, 2005, which... it's probably about the time of the Energon Wave.
The Energon Wave!
During our reorganization of the boards, an error glitch occurred. The subforums and threads for Transformers Funny and the Cybertron CA news forum were deleted. Not done intentionally. I don't know what exactly triggered it, but they're gone.
Yeah, those weren't the only things that
Repost
went.
Yeah.
The entire boards basically went. The only evidence that was the board posts went, but the membership stayed. That's why people like Aaron, I think, still say joined 2002. I think
you could request that at one point in time to have your original stuff put back.
It was manual. It was a manually done thing.
Because I had my date put back of when I joined the boards as a real person and not just as a unregistered, and then also number of posts, because
that mattered back then.
I was very prolific early on, and now sure.
You want to know how small TFW used to be? We used to have posting ranks where when you reached 1,000 posts, you got the rank of 1 with the Matrix.
And then you got jumped in.
Yeah,
and you'd make a thread, and then everybody would beat you up virtually.
Yeah, it was like getting smacked on the butt for your birthday, kind of. And there would be a thread where like a user hitting 1,000 posts would get 1 with the Matrix, and because that was not common for several years, because that's how message boards were, a whole new thread would start saying, "Congratulations, username, hit 1 with the Matrix, get in here for your beating." Because that's what the community was like. Like, imagine nowadays a user on current TFW reaching 1,000 posts and being celebrated by the community. Like, that's just no anymore, right? Like, this doesn't exist. Anyway, it was just fun because, again, the numbers were so low, and I want to stress, because I know, and this is not like objective. This is my own subjective thing. I don't think that makes those old days categorically better than now. It just means they were different and they were fun in a different way. And I think that there are ways to carry that fun through time. And I feel like a bunch of us have successfully carried what we found fun through time. What would translate till now. Like me and Aaron doing this is kind of like a permutation of us doing the podcast, which was itself a permutation of TFW BotCon hangouts. So,
yes.
We are like VHS tapes made of meat and bone being rewritten over and over again, in our own way. Speaking of which, Armada episode 48, Cramp, airs tonight. Do not miss this episode! What did Chris say? Many have stated this episode is one of the best episodes of Transformers since the days of Beast Wars. This is the one with You're All Mine Unicron, if I recall correctly. This is the one where we all felt really bad for a mini-con that had no voice actor. Griffman also just saying it. Yeah, it's the one where Starscream dies. Still a really nicely, just as a piece of shonen-ass, toy commercial-ass weekly anime, it's a good scene. I still like the way the scene was put together. And I think I watched the Japanese version, I think that the English voice actors carry the scene a little harder in Cramp versus whatever the Densetsu version was called. Although Cramp, is a real weird name for an episode like this. You go from Code of Hero, right? And then we put right alongside it, Cramp. And M-Sci for saying it. Like, Armada has lots of potential, and I think Cramp was a moment of that potential surfacing. Like, Cramp felt like it was from a different show, where these characters had different levels of relationship with each other. And there were little moments in the Unicron Battles episodes where, like, the whole show felt like a different show had been airing, and now we were seeing its final episodes. Like, not, like, to the level of being, like, literally a different show, but I remember back then feeling like I'm really invested in the Decepticons suddenly. And I did not feel that way a couple months ago. I've got a linkage link in Blue Sky. Let me pop that in right now. Ba-boop. Oh, this URL's making me misty-eyed. This host is making me misty-eyed. I like this. I'll wait for my keyboard to wake up. Here we go. I'll paste this in here. The linkage link. Is on members.fortunecity.com. Love it. I gotta. Now I have to minimize this one so I can see the other one again. There we go. Universe Ruination. Was this? This was the. Wait, wasn't S250 like one of the new generation at the time of toy revealers? Because I'm suddenly, now that we're seeing that, hey, another reveal of something, this time Ruination. Was possible Beast Box guy also possibly a news source for all? Because I remember S250 was on the front page a lot for a period.
Maybe?
Yeah, I don't know. Someday I'd love to talk to S250 and go like, hey, we're inventing a lot of lore about you. Yeah. Are we right? All right, new wallpapers added. Let's go. We're December 8th. We're on the home stretch here. We got this. Mm-hmm. It's not even 11 o'clock yet. We got this. Alternators, universe images from Transformers.com. Here's more info about Energon. Big Energon Superlink spoilers. Let's go. I love seeing how these get reported when we haven't seen it yet. So Superlink cast.
With a bunch of names that look like they just got Google translated.
I love God kanji extending year in quotes in parentheses on. That's my favorite seiyu. I love Banktail Dice Game. So we talked about this last stream. This was before a lot of English-speaking fans spoke other languages, is how I'll put it. So we would just roll with an Alta Vista machine translation. This is a 2003 quality machine translation. So we got legendary voice actors like Wealth Hill Crystal. Anyway, we have a better credits link by now, I think. But Alexis...
I hope so.
Alexis is now 21 years old and is a governmental public relations official. Rad is 22, working with Planet Cybertron, and Kicker is 16, and wears a suit for battle his father made. His father is Dr. Kijonzu, and his mother is Miranda. Sari is his younger sister. Misha helps with the Energon research. Inferno says, we protect all lights and rights. Hydrant form injection with Superlink thermal power rise. This whole bit is actually making me remember my beef. So we just talked about the potential, right, that Armada had. Mm-hmm. For better and for worse, Armada had a potential and it followed through on it as best as it could, as a production under its production auspices. Superlink set up, it went in with even greater potential built on the experience of whatever they went through making Armada / Micron Densetsu, and then both versions of Superlink / Energon utterly failed to do anything with any of this potential. Remember that Alexis is 21 years old and appears in the show and never, ever interacts with the ghost of Starscream. Once. Ever. As I recall, anyway. If she did, it was so non-consequential that it basically was never. I remember when I was watching the show in fan subs, because I was like, even as the show dipped and dipped and dipped and dipped, I was like, well, there's no way that they would have Alexis and have Starscream as a ghost and not have them walk into a room, right? And then by the time the show ended, it was up until the AVI file ended on the last episode when I finally went like, assholes! Up until the 00:01 turned into 00:00, I still had hope. Because I was like, you can't possibly! Superlink was absolutely a sequel in Japan. It was Galaxy Force that deviated in its domestic delivery. Superlink was absolutely a sequel. Uh, yeah, Simeon Scott, this is like my one rant. This is like my aged fine wine rant. When people are like, Vangelus likes everything. He has no harsh opinions. It's like, no, I just have some that I've crafted and maintained like a bonsai tree. That I've put into a casket and I tap every now and then. Anyway, there's a new Transformers music video online. It's Daniel from the movie, and the song is Bad Religion's 21st Century Digital Boy. I don't know what that song is. Yeah, Cypher, fine niche rants. Server issues.
Server issues.
This is, again, maybe
not the Energon Wave. It's the first burps of it, though.
I remember, though, that this was like a long-term growing catastrophe with the site, because the site was also 405 era, right? Was picking up some traffic. It was one of the big sites at the time.
I want to say there's a part of me that I'm trying to remember. I know that there was one version of the site that was just like it was like one of those co-host things where you took your computer and you put it in a place that had high-speed internet connection, and that's how you were hosted.
Yes,
like before,
Tony had it
before there was the cloud or anything. It was just like it was a connected computer.
No, the site was a box in Tony's at least if not in one of Tony's like spaces in literally his living space, if I remember right.
Yeah.
Because yeah, that's how some initial sites
that was like
ran.
The very first version of it, but I want to say that like carried on for a while.
Yeah.
And it might have been the Energon Wave that was like, screw it, we're gonna go for an actual hosted thing.
Take it easy, Trickster. Yeah, say hi, because I can't remember if we've interacted in person ever, but like, yeah, at TFW Toronto, say hi. I would love to say hi. And yeah, Cypher, Unicron Trilogy definitely deserves. I mean, I know people on YouTube have done the deep dive, but I haven't looked into, like, you know, whether it was a deep dive that was kind of just reiterating stuff. We are now at the point, I think, where we can start poking the Hasbro people involved more directly and not have to get it through kind of a... I'm going to use the word filter. I don't think that's the right word, but you know what I mean. Like, now we can talk to people who aren't working on Transformers, who can sort of fill in some gaps about how things were going. Also, there's a classic Chinese Transformers sticker collection that in 2003 were 15 years old. That would make them now 36 years old, these stickers. 56 modem users beware, many large images. Back then, you had to accommodate people who were on 56K modems.
Yeah.
Isn't that weird to think about?
Or at least give them the heads up. Like, hey.
Yeah.
Hit download on this. Go get yourself a sandwich. Come back.
Oh, man, when you would start to load pictures and go to get a sandwich. That was old internet. Simeon's got saying waterboard Eric Siebenahler. Okay. I don't think Eric Siebenahler was there yet. Was he? He might have been. No, Aaron Archer named him at some point.
Well, I don't know at what point in time, because Eric went to Purdue, and he was 2 years ahead of me at Purdue.
Okay.
And I started at Purdue at 2000. So in 2002, he would have been out of Purdue, but I don't know where and when he got on at Hasbro.
Oh, Zero also pointing out, and this is important, back then, high speed, was not available everywhere. I remember a lot of friends, even in the mid-aughts when we were on City of Heroes, saying that, like, they lived in the sticks and they only had 56K, and, like, that was it. Like, their ISP just didn't run cable lines out there. Oh, okay, the Aaron Archer podcast are saying Siebenahler was on the initial Armada team. He said in the chat last stream that there was a list of unnamed people, and I think one of them was Siebenahler, he said in the chat. I can't quite remember now, because there's lots of chat, but... Apparently Ichikawa is still intermittently online if the right people could poke him. Cause yeah, he was instrumental in that era, absolutely. Cause yeah, I think that the key, not to sidetrack, but like I think the key about approaching this, if someone wants to do this, don't approach it with what went wrong, because I think that will inherently trigger some defensiveness that is left over from what you were trained when you were at said companies. So if anyone out there is trying to do the journo thing, well, not real journo, but the amateur journo thing.
September 2002 is Eric's start date at Hasbro per his LinkedIn page.
I was gonna say, is that on LinkedIn?
Yeah.
But yeah, if you want to approach folks about this, just in general too, just go like, hey, we've always wondered about some of the gaps because uncritically speaking, demonstrably, there are some oddities with the production of the Unicron trilogy as far as its TV media. Because we have bits and pieces from BotCon panels back then. But what we finally have now is in December 0803, we finally have an explanation for the Toys R Us side of the price wars. Fortune.com caught up with John Ayler, who ran FAO Schwartz from 92 to 2000 and has been the CEO of Toys R Us since 2000. To talk about Walmart, the price wars, the new Elmo. Almost 20% of what we sell is exclusive, whether it's an exclusive G.I. Joe or Transformers G1 reissues, or our own Animal Alley plush animals. On exclusive products, we make between 15 to 20% higher margins, then we take those dollars and reinvest them to lower our prices on the most competitive products, explained John Eiler. Simeon Scott, this had to be Tickle Me Elmo. It had to. There wasn't another one, right? It was only the one. Cypher saying that even back in the day, Ichikawa was very transparently not down with the Takara side of what happened. Okay. I vaguely recall hearing scuttlebutt about that, but one of the things we've gained, right, by moving it through social media eras into the Discord social media eras, is a lot more people are just sharing things they know. In the message board days, it was not impossible for some information to kind of remain confined to a message board thread. Mm-hmm. And if you didn't go to that board, you never heard it. This is where we learned that Tiger Camouflage Ruination is a Walmart exclusive. Mysterious entries for RID stuff with CDs. I think this ended up proving to be Universe stuff. Armada 49 is up. Fan Artist of the Month is starting. Those have to be stated on the front page when we get to, they have to be. I'm gonna next page. We're gonna see. That's right, Cypher. Future Shelf Warmer. Tiger Camo Ruination. Stepping up to fill in the gap that Yellow Landfill, I guess, would leave very soon. / not leave, because he was everywhere. More Energon sightings, so people found Black and Green Unicron and Energon Jetfire. It's saying here that Ironhide was released with Treadbolt last week. So yeah, that Wave 1.5 kind of just came right out. Thanks to Bill's Toys and Games and GLH Boy, we got a look at more in-package images of 20th Anniversary Optimus. Our Fan Artist of the Month, King Starscream. I remember him. He was from Australia. He was part of the Australia-New Zealand crew I hung out with on, like, AOL Instant Messenger voice chat for a while. Where I would just stay up overnight talking to folks from Australia and New Zealand. That's, yeah, John Flores, or Johnny. Johnny King Starscream. I remember him. I don't know whatever happened to him.
Yeah, no idea.
Oh, no, wait. So he was in the U.S. Army at the time. I thought he was from Australia. No, it says he's born in the Philippines and immigrated to the USA. Who am I thinking? I could have sworn there was a King Starscream. Oh, you know what? Maybe at the time he had an accent, and because I was ignorant to a lot of the world, I assumed his accent
assumed
was...
somebody had an accent, so that means he's Australian? That's racist?
Unless I'm thinking of someone else. Maybe, but King Starscream, I thought there was an Australian dude who went by King Starscream that I talked to, along with, like, man. Yeah, I can't unearth those memories. Those memories are older than this. They're from turn of the century.
Okay.
can't. They're too deep. I can't get them back out. It's like I might. This might be a case of a bunch of unrelated memories that are old enough kind of colliding together.
That whole you don't remember memories, you remember the last time you remembered memories because of the way that your brain picks things up, rewrites them, and puts them back down.
Yeah, and also Simeon Scott and Emperor Nova both saying there could have been two dudes using that name or multiple people who all use the same name, King Starscream.
King underscore Starscream versus King Space Starscream.
I have a sudden memory unlock that the underscore actually might have been important. Yeah, I'm not getting any farther. I need hypnosis, I think, to get farther than that. Isn't it interesting how now you're getting to witness in real time how a 21-plus-year-old fandom brain is trying to remember stuff.
Yeah.
That are not, remember social stuff, not fandom news stuff. Because fandom news, at least, is kind of concrete moments. The social stuff is a lot more foggy. So we got Kicker and Alexis images from Superlink, more prelude to Energon images and info. New info, widescreen option, Dolby Pro Logic 2 audio encoding. Those are the top 2 bullet points. At the very bottom,
many unlockable extras.
At the very bottom, every main Decepticon is in the game. Flame War 05 saying, I know several people who go by King Starscream, it's not impossible. Yeah, as time goes on, like, in 03, it was possible to go like, oh, are you King Starscream or King underscore Starscream?
Not just that, but like if you weren't smart and got your name on all the boards, then there might have been a different TF Gen 3 King Starscream or 2005.
And then what happens if someone changes their name? What happens if someone used to be called Lord Takara?
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember what their name is now?
No.
I do, because he changed his name twice. He was Lord Takara, then he was the Pentaveret, and now he's Boldwise.
Yeah. Yeah, I knew it was an important name, but I'm like, no.
I remember when he changed to the Pentaveret, and if I recall correctly, everyone was like, that's too complicated. That's too complicated compared to Lord Takara. And he just ended up at Boardwise. New Universe figures, a Rid Prowl repaint, Armada Thrust, Sunstorm with Perceptor? I vaguely recall this. Oh! Yeah.
The yellow thrust that was...
Yeah! He was on, like, the big card, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I didn't collect Universe back then, because that was the first time I encountered, like, there's too many toys, and I need to pick. So I only have a handful of Universe things. Armada episode summary guide is all done, thanks to Chris and Tim Formas. That, again, clickability was king back then.
Yeah.
What's this? More info from Fan to Fan. Oh, it's such a wall of text now to look at. Lots of stuff came out. That's what I got. I'm gonna go to the next page.
Yep. Trying to read hey, if you buy 4 sets of Grand Convoy, then you can have them have 4 drills.
Yeah. M. Cypher saying, I think I had everything Universe. Why? More money than sense. That's why I have all of Rid 01, even though I had all of Car Robots for the most part. Because it all came out while I had work, and I was like, I can buy all these again! So I did. See, released in Hong Kong. Oh, MP Convoy out in Hong Kong. That must have been the debut, as far as people getting it in hand then.
Yeah.
Armada 50. Toys R Us had Commemorative Series 6. Lambor Binal Tech Gallery. Detailed look at Energon Unicron. Cosmic Rust. Is Cosmic Rust still around? Is that still working? I'm clicking.
Yeah, it goes to a website.
It's loading.
It's a Transformers website. That's most recent thing is the mini faces of Magnaboss from 2016.
Page not found when I click the Unicron thing. So it's got recent posts. Oh, it doesn't have much left at all. This turned into a blog.
Yeah.
Like, this is just, I think, I'm going to assume these are photo blog things. Also, big security warning at the top, no HTTPS on this one.
Yeah. Not secure. Please don't give it your credit card information. It looks like it's something that maybe got restarted in 2016.
Yeah, I get the vibe.
I've gone like earliest I can find on pages. And it's just like a bunch of like it's somebody's information trying to be helpful.
Yeah. Hey, we have a new Transformers.com Q&A. Do you want to answer this time?
Sure, I'll answer this time.
All right, so this is from December 11, 2003. Question. It has been revealed that Takara is producing Cyclonus and Demolishor repaints in Japan as part of the Energon series. Can we expect to see these repaints released by Hasbro, and when?
We do intend to release these two items as part of the deluxe assortment in late 2004. Please stay tuned for dates.
Will Hasbro be releasing the 1/24 scale Subaru Impreza WRC number 7 car as part of the Transformers Alternators line?
We intend to release this car in the near future in late 2004 or early 2005.
Will Hasbro be releasing the 1/24 scale Subaru Impreza WRX Silver Streak as part of the Transformers Alternators line?
You can find information about this upcoming Transformers Alternators item here at a dead link.
I kind of like this weird postscript to Orson's World where it's like so filtered.
Mm-hmm.
Capitalize every branded name and everything, and full descriptions of everything. This item.
It's gone through 3 different layers of the legal and brand team.
Like, I kind of like an exercise of, like, imagine if this was still Orson's World, where it's like, hey, Orson, you know, I don't know if you saw, but over in Binaltech, they're putting out a silver version of that car for Blue Streak, but they're calling it Silver Streak. Like, are we getting that or what? Because if we're not, then why? And an Orson would be like, yes. Huh. Like, I miss the weird, like, mixture of kind of, like, pandering and also passive aggression from, from the old questions.
Just the direct, like...
The question would be like why aren't we getting the silver version? And then Aaron Archer going like, yeah, we are. VTL, the latest just dropped, but you're here listening to us already. Oh, yeah, wait on that one. That one's convention prep. This one we're prepping you for the convention prep. D Rice Raid, welcome back. What the hell is a bigoting run? Don't do those.
Are you running over bigots?
Unless you're running over, even then, you got to clean your tires afterwards.
Yeah, but not at home.
Bigots
like you
leave
do that
stains.
At the car wash.
I can confirm, bigots leave stains. You don't want those. It's like grape juice stains. They don't. Ugh. Not that I know anything about. Hey, Dirge and Rodimus Prime reissues at Toys R Us. G1 Dirge for $30, G1 Rodimus for $35.
That seems like a deal on Dirge. Maybe a deal. Well, Rodimus Prime, that's the whole Space Winnebago. That's probably a deal.
I was gonna say Rodimus being $5 up, but for all that mass.
Yeah.
Feels like a lot. Universe Spy Changers Gallery, reissued Dirge box art. None of it works. Oh, there's some kind of thing up there. Universe Dinobot Tricerodon in package, Armada episode 51 tonight. Big update from Bill's Toys and Games. OTFCC 2004 registration has started. It'll be in late July. The registration, you can register via PDF or JPEG. What do you think that means?
I mean, that was you printed it out and you mailed it in, and you printed it out and you faxed it in.
True.
And you had to have JPEG because not everybody else had PDF, because that was an Adobe software, and you'd have to download that.
Okay, so OTFCC was only around for 2 years. Did they use fax machines as well?
They certainly weren't registration online.
No, but I guess they did use fax machines.
Yeah.
Cypher cannot remember. Yeah, because I mean, fax machines are the class. They're the Brian Savage classic, right?
Right.
Did we use them before Brian Savage?
I'm pretty sure that we did, or that was an option, because I remember, like, so I didn't go to BotCon 05 because that overlapped with another thing.
Yeah.
But then I remember 06, 07 being like, yeah, you got to fax it. Of course you do. 08, 09 starting to be like,
still faxing
okay,
it, huh?
We're still faxing it. All right. Well, they've got other technology. And then like
2020 by 2012
11 happened, and it was like, look, this is kind of an issue, and there's better technology, and you've lost our credit card information multiple times.
And you sent me his.
Like,
or whatever.
What's going on here? What's going on here, guys? And then after that, like, then they upgraded to, like, you could Pony Express it or Telegram it or something. I don't know. I have purposely drank a lot of alcohol to forget some of those parts of BotCon history.
Trans Salamander saying, in 2013 or so, when I worked at a community college, we had to know how to use the fax machine. It was nuts. True.
Yeah.
So a lot of the fax machine discourse caught up with me because basically my mom had a fax machine since the 90s. So for a while I was like, oh, I guess we use the fax machine. And it only dawned on me, like, in, 09, 2010, I think, that, like, a lot of people don't have these anymore, FYI. And I was like, huh.
Yeah.
A lot of us didn't have them growing up either because we didn't have a parent who did consulting work and would need to fax things. It's like, huh. Like, it was one of those first moments where I realized, like, my life experiences were not the universal life experience.
Yes, I relied on Geronimus Prime because he is a doctor, and for whatever reason, medical stuff still runs a lot of times on fax machines because it is point-to-point secure for values of secure, and you get a positive, like, that they've received it receipt.
Yeah.
And so then that is what it needs to be for, like, medical things. So he would just be like, yeah, for, like, the 40 minutes or so that it takes for the cram of everybody to call in their order, because if you're in the first how many ever you got extra pins or whatever BotCon's deal was every year for the first X, that eventually they were like first day rather than first 12 or whatever the heck it was.
Yeah.
Then it was like, I remember him saying, yeah, one of the nurses got really upset because I had her continually try to get this fax through.
Oh, Logos Minor. My father did a lot of consulting when I was young, so we also had a fax machine. Ayo.
Mm-hmm.
And Flame Warrior 5, why would anyone use a fax machine nowadays? So, for prescription orders from a doctor's office to a pharmacy, at least in parts of Canada, they still use fax machines. The part of the reason is because fax machines, as Aaron said, they're direct, and they're confirmable as being from the doctor's office. And this is the more unfortunate part. A lot of digital back-end databases, as far as medical stuff, lack a lot of interconnectivity still. For various reasons that pertain to you should go fist fight your politicians. So, fax machines now, in terms of, like, prescription orders, for instance, are a safe and confirmable way to have those go from an office straight to a pharmacy, provided that one side of them know what they're doing. You might, hypothetically, have a doctor's office who is catastrophically terrible at properly faxing things. And maybe you might know someone related to you who thus has to go hand deliver their own prescription order from their doctor's office to their pharmacy because the faxing from their doctor's office is so unreliable as far as human efficacy that even that piece of concrete system doesn't always work. I might be alluding to something. I don't know. But, yeah, that's one of the reasons why fax machines are still around. Is it's kind of like why, you know... Okay, I'm paraphrasing and I'm oversimplifying, and I'm being slightly ignorant here. But it's kind of like why, like, nuclear launch computers are dead-ass old computers.
Mm-hmm.
Is because a dead-ass old computer is known and closed and reliable. Oh yeah, as WaveSign says, yeah, in the US, faxing is considered secure. It is as secure as something printing off the back of a machine, but you compare that to email, right? And nowadays, you can't really know how secure an email is compared to something that's printing out a piece of paper, and that piece of paper has code on the bottom that says this came from this source, right?
Right. Well, that and with faxes, when you send something out, the receiving side, once it's received it, fires a message back saying, I got it. And then that like concludes the handshake.
And WaveSign is saying email's easy to spoof, but fax can also be man in the middle. Yeah, and also fax can be a disaster if, you know, let's say a doctor's office is trying to fax a prescription to a pharmacy. What if they just fax it to the wrong pharmacy? Right?
Right.
Then, yeah, that whole thing is... This is where, not to get in the topic, I'll just say, on the very top level, this is why if you do start to see problems like this, you should start getting unkind with your elected officials and shaking them real hard and saying it's pretty messed up that in, say, 2024, we still somehow have this problem going on. That's the whole thing. But, yeah, faxing. Griffman, I had to register for BotCon 08 via fax, but we didn't have a fax machine. I had to download a weird fax program that used the PC scanner. Yeah, when we got into, like, that era of, like, so how's everyone faxing their stuff if you don't have one of these? Is like people going to Staples, people using weird pseudo software fax machine duplicate things? And
still, I had one or two generations of all-in-one scanner printer fax machines, but you still had to connect that to like a landline phone line as your printer scanner boxy thing.
Yeah.
And if you didn't have a landline phone line, well, you had a scanner printer, and it had a narrow connector in the back of it.
WaveSign also saying a lot of more recent fax infrastructure just digitizes stuff anyway.
Yeah.
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 Yeah. I will say, I think this is important, like, given how many people do kind of go like fax machines, this is important to know just as, like, little bullets to keep in the back of your head, you know, little bullet points. If you are ever in a position where it's like, why didn't my prescription go through to the pharmacy? At least now you'll know, you can bring up like, hey, did it fax to the right number, right?
Mm-hmm.
Did you fax it? If something goes weird with your prescription, you can go like, well, was the fax, you know, messed up? Did the printer run out of ink? Did someone middleman it? Did someone tamper with the receiving machine, you know? Like, 'cause it's not great. It's, unfortunately, it does behoove someone to know a little bit about this stuff.
When I dialed that phone number, was it 4589 or 4598? Uh-oh.
And also, I'm not speaking from experience. I'm speaking just kind of hypothetically. When you send a fax, there's a good chance you have to physically dial it on a touchpad on a phone. Mm-hmm. And that skill set is becoming not niche, but it's becoming less common if you're not using a fax machine. Or, you know, unless you have, like, a lot of landline activity still, but, like, a lot of folks are moving away from landline. So, yeah, this is a whole spiraling thing. Basically, get to know some of the inner workings of the systems that you require to work to stay alive. Because you might need to help shake the machine sometimes. And you might need to also shake some elected officials really hard by their scuff of their shirt while you hold them over a ledge and say, pray to me, I am the knight. Hey, Alternators have released in Canada. That's a lie. That's a lie. I never saw them in Canada. I saw that one. I saw Smokescreen, but I didn't see a lot of those.
It was like smoke. That first wave box, it was just Smokescreen was by itself forever. It seemed like.
Yeah, but there were a lot of alternators I never saw out on Vancouver Island. Retailed for 35 Canadian. That's just wild. That's the price of a deluxe now.
Terrible. They're both robots that transform into cars.
True.
One of them stands a little bit taller than the other.
Yeah, but it's got more empty space in it for the car mode too, so you know.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's hollow. Those old ones are hollow nonsense.
Hollow nonsense crap. No ball joints.
Yeah.
We got a little sidebar. We got no case being made for the bigot army in the chat. I don't think this is going well. You probably should just let this go. I'll just say that. Also, Aaron is a much more mean moderator than me, so I would say that explains it. Probably shouldn't bring that up again. It doesn't sound cool. Generally, I step on bigots' throats and I twist my heel a lot. I would pick a different name myself. Final episode of Armada is showing on December 12th. So the show ended before the turn of the new year. That's efficient. Face Forward saying 35 Canadian in 2003 is 55 Canadian today. Okay, so that's leader class. That makes more sense. Important information regarding Transrepo.com. Oh, geez, I remember this. So this is when Ken from Transrepo, as you can see, suffered 2 strokes. And that did a lot to Transrepo.
Mm-hmm.
On behalf of Cosmic Rust, wishing a special thanks to Delta from Repro Labels. Yeah. Okay, Delta helped track down Ken and discover the seriousness of his recent absence. Damn. I kind of remember there were board discussions about this, like people wondering where he went.
Yeah, because that was another like retailer guy that kind of disappeared, and then I want to say there was some salt, and then it was like, oh, multiple strokes, and everyone went from being salty to, oh, good luck to him. Well, just wait and see about the repro labels.
This guy hasn't got back to me about my thing, and he had a double stroke. He better get well soon, and oh god.
Yeah, because if memory serves, he was he was like the first guy that was doing like good, high quality repo labels, which then became like a whole.
Well, parts and accessories too. That was the main thing.
Yeah,
like a lot of like little missile things, if I remember right.
Yeah, which became a whole thing when you were talking about like your toys. There's no repo labels. These are the original ones that have been chewed up and vomited upon. I would never use somebody else's stickers because they aren't official.
Yeah.
And I feel like we've gone back and forth on that.
Did he do stickers too? I guess, because it wasn't just Delta back then. Man, I don't know how this ended either. Like if he ever recovered.
Yeah, because I think his thing I think was like, hey, maybe I've got some of those lines crossed.
Because I think Delta was the one doing the
it might have been Delta was doing the labels, and he was the one that was doing like pieces, like making custom molds of things. And so, yeah, if you've recently either sent in parts or money. So, like, I wonder if he was. I know that there was somebody that was making, like, reproduction pieces.
Because there was also. Oh, no, I can't remember the name. There was someone else who also did repro parts through the mid-aughts. Man, yeah, this is a lot of memory gaps now.
This is very, very, very pre like 3D printing. Like I'd seen 3D lithography printing before, but it was in like a Purdue University technology lab, and it was a resin bath style thing. that made very expensive, very fragile, like 3D printed parts that, like, it was a thing, but not like today where you just, well, no, you can't go to Thingiverse now because that's apparently going out of business very rapidly.
And so is Shapeways.
Or Shapeways, yeah.
So, yeah, Shapeways actually done. So the small aside, but Fakebusker posted in a lot of places, because I got tagged in some of it, kind of saying, like, sort of eulogizing Shapeways and saying that in their case at least they're trying to find like an alternate means to keep their stuff in circulation. But Shapeways dying sounds like it, for a lot of folks, it was extremely sudden, and unfortunately there's no way to get at anything that was on there. Apparently it's all gone already, if you didn't have it locally stored. Maybe, I don't know, Cypher, if you know if Trent had any elaboration on that, but my understanding is anything that was on Shapeways is actually just gone. You can't access it, you can't order, and if anyone put stuff on Shapeways and is either no longer with us or stopped being online, that stuff all very suddenly became lost media, which is screwed up. It's really screwed up. And I'll move on from here. I sure hope there was, like, I mean, it's been 21 years, so at a certain point it's also just time rolls on.
Either he's recovered from the stroke or he hasn't.
But I hope there was a happier kind of coda to this story. I just can't remember anymore. Because these companies I never really interacted with back then, because I was just buying toys locally, basically, and at BotCons. So yeah, I'm not sure. I know for the 3D stuff, some people have said Cult 3D, and somewhere else, I might be getting that name wrong. There's two sites that people were posting in Fakebusker's posts that apparently that's where a lot of active Shapeways folks are moving. Another popular voice actor to return in Energon. Is this David Kaye? Yeah, it's David Kaye. Okay.
Except for it takes like 5 or 6 lines through. Like you've got to watch through the.
Oh, because at one point it was a click through. At one point it was a click through to find out. PB Poo Poo has returned once again. Had some dinner and now feels sick. I know that feeling. That happened to me 2 days ago, and my gut still kind of hurts. That's why I didn't Elden Ring with spicy noodles yesterday. I wanted to give my stomach a break. Energon Toy Galleries. The final episode of Armada aired on December 12th. People found Scorponok and Energon Tidal Wave. New images and videos at GameSpot and IGN about Armada Prelude to Energon. First look at the character screen. I'm guessing these might work, but I'd rather just wait till they did the reviews.
See.
Oh no, 404 on the GameSpot one.
404. Another 404 and a 403.
Hey, that's new. Oh, this is sad. Sunstreaker in Commemorative Series 8? I remember the hope I felt when I saw this. Because look, in the listings, in the computers, he was even $5 more expensive. So, yeah, the pricing might suggest the mold needed repair work, but maybe they just weren't able to.
Yeah.
That might have been them discovering they'd have to scratch build, maybe, because this was before the Soundwave reissue, right? Or did that already happen at Takara Tomy?
Oh, I couldn't tell you where the Soundwave was.
Yeah.
I feel like Soundwave came late in everything.
Yeah, Sunstreaker's never been reissued because Sunstreaker and Wheeljack were two of the first steel molds that were revealed to be gone, basically. Or damaged. Basically unusable. Okay, Cypher says there's a 3D print-on-demand place called Cults 3D. That's the one I heard, that I was thinking of, that I'd read. That sounds like a lot of Shapeways people moved there. Flavor, does YouTube censor punch? YouTube, like, I don't know how its base chat censor works, because I can't program it, as far as I can tell. I think I can add to it, but I can't see what the base version is.
Yeah.
Because I know that it's messed around before. I think, was it Sideswipe Prime? Was it you or someone else where you were like, you had like some astonishingly specific word the thing kept censoring? I can't remember what it was anymore. It was something really silly, too. The UK Armada comic terminated after issue number 9. The press release is viewable. Is this a Panini Comics? Does this work?
Panini Comics still works.
Still, yeah, it's just a base thing
But
now.
yeah.
Yeah, as we learned from Aaron Archer a few streams ago, there's a good chance that some of the lost steel toolings are there somewhere, but they're boat ballasts in a cargo ship. So we'll have to tear apart the cargo ship industry and inspect the boat ballasts, and maybe we'll find, like, the Dinobots. I suspect if Sunstreaker appeared in a computer marked up at one point, the mold must have been kicking around but was unusable for whatever reason. And it sounds like it was discovered in this era that fixing the mold... So here's my assumption, because what they went with for Soundwave, and I think one or two other cases, was remaking the toy from the ground up, which was more expensive than designing a new toy.
Yep.
I would assume fixing a steel tooling that was damaged was more expensive than making a new one out of an old toy, which that was more expensive than making a brand new toy. So I would assume fixing the steel tooling was even more expensive if
they had the steel tooling, repairing it would be cheaper than making a new, because that's just a matter of, like, if it's damaged or something.
That's the thing, though. What's the nature of the damage, right?
Well,
because, like, right?
If it's there enough that it's worth repairing, it would be cheaper than making a new mold.
Because I don't know what, like, well, we don't know what the level of damage was. I don't know what level of damage makes a steel tooling go from doable to impossible.
Yeah.
Because Cypher is asking how repairable would one be.
It'd all depend on what the damage to it is. If it was something that was, I don't think that's a mold that would have been changed for some remold, where you would have to, like, if they altered the master mold in order to do a remold, if you would be undoing that alteration. Like, I could see that being something that'd be done. It'd be stupid. But
for reference for the audience, Aaron comes from an industrial corner that is closer to that stuff than anything I know. It's not toy production, but it's, like, adjacent enough.
If it was corroded away, responding to M Cypher, if it was corroded away, like, that's damage that you can repair. Because ultimately what you do is you go in. It's not. There are a few ways that you could do it. The ticky tack way is you, like, hit it with just like a welder and spall extra material in and pull it back and then, like, machine out that. But that's like tool and die guys, like, hey, you got Archer Monster.
Yeah, we got Archer Monster. Hey, Archer Monster. Hey, Robot Archer Monster. We hit an old news story where Sunstreaker was found as a Commemorative series listing for $5 over the usual Commemorative series listing numbers, and obviously that never panned out. Do you at all recall if that was someone misreading something in a computer, or was there, like, some attempt somewhere to put Sunstreaker into Commemorative series? Because we're now theorizing stuff, and then you popped up, so that's coincidence, but hey. Because I forgot about this entire news story until I came across it, and now my brain's kind of buzzing a little bit. He's probably being Canadian, of course. But yeah, the whole steel mold side of things is...
Yeah, there are ways that you could repair a damaged steel molding, but that would be, like, serious work.
Yeah. In my case, I'm just logicking.
But it would be like, making an initial steel mold would be more expensive than repairing a steel mold if there's a significant portion of the old mold still available. Because creating a steel mold, you've got a steel block that you've got to machine / cut out. And does the factory want to do it in the first place? The people in, like, tool and die machinists are generally the best paid guys that get away with whatever the hell they want because they've got the dark knowledge. they have the skill, the like, sacrificed many chickens to learn the dark secrets of how to do high tolerance machining and repairing that sort of thing. That generally, even in granted, again, mine's coming from aviation, where don't have quite as much of some of those things, but it's also like the guys that still have that old knowledge, like they get what they want when it comes time, because nobody else is picking that knowledge up.
I've always kind of Flamewar saying Sunstreaker deserves a new mold simply because he was the first. I agree. For historical academic purposes, Diaclone whatever Robo Sunstreaker should be available again, purely for academic purposes, if anything else. I've also always kind of hoped that the Diaclone reboot project, if it were ever to touch Car Robot conceptually, I would really hope it would be basically Sunstreaker, like the first Car Robot, right?
No, because the Diaclone Force no longer needs to remain in secret. Everybody knows about the Warooters, so they don't need to hide as existing vehicles.
What if it looks like a space Lambo, though? And it has like a Versalter cockpit section that like plugs into the middle where the chair used to be.
Okay, you got me. Yeah.
There we go. And it has the things on the head. That's the main thing. It has the things on the head. Cypher saying 6.0 just got hands on an inbox incomplete one. Hot dang, yeah. I'm still so thankful my Sunstreaker from when I was a baby is still complete, and I was able to do that video, because Sunstreaker's important. That's an important toy. David K releases additional Energon information and more in IRC chat at at #AnimationHQ. I remember how IRC works. David K stopped by. This is wrong, or is this right? He said he's doing the voice of Unicron in Energon. Did he do? I thought that was the guy who was like that did the voice of Unicron. And he said that he finished doing Megatron voice work for the Armada video game. A screen capture of that chat can be seen here. That doesn't work. That doesn't work. No. Okay. Cypher saying missing link Sunstreaker does feel fairly like if they do cars that aren't little, then yeah, I would actually I would get a little soapboxy if it wasn't Sunstreaker, because like the very core conceit of missing link, once you've done Optimus Prime, it's like you're doing Diaclone car robot, so pay respect to your history. Do Sunstreaker. Apparently he was Unicron in Energon. Okay. I don't remember, because I didn't actually see the Energon dub fully, so I don't remember. I mostly remember in Superlink, Energon was just kind of, or Unicron was just kind of making noises, and then like, like I remember the little one from the funny episode when he floated forward. He was like, and I thought that was kind of funny. Yeah, let's keep going. Now we're in mid-December. We're doing this.
Mm-hmm.
Energon Gallery. Built to Rule sets 30% off at Toys R Us this week. The official Built to Rule website updated. The updates include viewable commercials in low res or high res, 1.4 megabytes or 7.8 megabytes. That's an important difference in 2003.
Yeah.
A matter of 6 megabytes. eHobby, Binaltech, Silver Streak, coupon at Toys R Us. Interview with the designer. Oh, this is so sad. Interview with the designer of Binaltech and Masterpiece Convoy with Kobayashi. Do either of these work?
Trying. The Takara Hobby one.
Just a white page.
Nope.
Oh, that really hurts. And those are from a website. They're not from a book. Those are probably just gone. Can you wayback those?
That's what I'm firing up.
All right. Fuck tackle 7 of God's own megabytes.
There are they claim to have something.
Like designer interviews, I feel were so rare back then. Did you find something?
Yep.
So there's 2 links. So hopefully those both work and we can screen cap those out.
There you go. In the live chat.
Got it. I think this is in Japanese, so we'll then need to run this through something else. Yeah. Okay, so thank God. Okay, so it at least exists. And if I click next, does it go to next? Yes. Okay. So we just got to run this through a translator. Maybe someone already did this due diligence for TF Wiki. If not,
I have Google Chrome auto translate, so
oh,
I can give you the Google Chrome auto translation.
Yeah, go for it.
The
do I have
Battletech
a
series
right-click on
continues
here?
to break record sales. Masterpiece Convoy has already reached new heights. Both are packed with incredible details worthy of 20th anniversary of Transformers. Even if you're not a fan, you should definitely enter the increasingly heated Transformers world.
That's the top
Thank you,
part, isn't
Kobayashi-san. It seems that both the Battletech series and Masterpiece Convoy are selling like hotcakes. Kobayashi, thanks to you, sales have exceeded our expectations. Laughs. In particular, the Battletech series, and it actually Battletechs, not Binertex. There, good on you, Google. Series seems to be attracting interest from more customers than traditional Transformers fans, such as miniature car and car fans. The first series, the Impreza WRC 2003, is a domestically produced car, and there are no miniature 2003 models on the market. It even won the WRC Rally, so that may have spurred on the popularity even more. Please take a look at it. He holds out the Impreza. Holding an Impreza. It really is great. It feels more familiar when it's based on familiar Japanese
of
cars.
course you're going to say it's great. You work for Takara.
No, that's in red then.
Well, I mean, this is Takara doing their own interview, right?
Oh, is it?
Like, yeah,
Was
if it's
it?
TakaraHobby.com.
Oh, okay.
This is Takara's own website from 03.
Okay. I guess I forgot the Takara Hobby part.
Yeah.
It feels more familiar when it's based on a familiar Japanese car. The detailed reproduction of the multi-splitter rear-shaped wing and the detailed interior are really realistic. Really. Also, the luxurious paint and the heavy feel from the generous use of die-cast parts are amazing. Wow, this is attractive not only to kids, but also to adults.
That's the red text, right?
Yes.
Red text hype man, red text biased, red text poor journalism,
Kobayashi, I'm glad they noticed. The development theme of the Battletech series was Transformers that adults can enjoy too. Takara and Hasbro, which released the overseas version of Transformers, have been working together since the days of Micron Legend. Until then, the target age for Transformers was mainly 5 years old and above, but the opportunity to develop the Battletech series came when we were asked, can we make a new Transformer that adults can enjoy, and that uses real cars as a motif? We were confident that we could not be beaten by other companies in the terms of the details and construction know-how of each part. I remember it like it was yesterday, when everyone on the development team was excited and said, okay, let's make the ultimate Transformer we can make now, with 2 exclamation points.
Let's just make the ultimate Transformer. Why don't we?
If you're that motivated, development must have been going smoothly, right? Kobayashi, however, it didn't work out that way. Bitter smile. The first thing we ran into was the difficulty of getting the copyright. Yeah, I see that. That's always the thing.
Oh, this is when they started with Jazz, and then Porsche was
we started development with a famous German sports car, and Hasbro said, this is great. And we were progressing smoothly to the second prototype, but we just couldn't get the copyright permission from the car manufacturer.
That's a lot of tea that he's dropping, considering that's easy to figure out.
This is like pre first release.
Yeah.
We had no choice but to develop a famous American sports car next, but this didn't go through. Famous American sports car, would that have been... I'm trying to think of
what was the... we've seen prototypes from early on. We know about the Jazz. That was the Porsche, and Porsche was mad.
Yeah.
Would the other one have been... Oh, no, it wouldn't have been that.
Other American sports cars would have been... like the Dodge Viper, that was an early one.
Wait,
you've got Mustang, which was Grimlock as an early one. You've got
wasn't
Corvette, which was
wasn't Override? You know, the one where the U.S. version lost the gun rifle, and it was a quote unquote shield. Overcharge, Override, whichever one. Didn't that one have like a kind of story delayed development because they could only release the full toy in Japan and then they had to release the truncated version in America? Maybe that one? I can't remember what his car mode was.
I can't remember.
Wind Charger was another name. I had the Binaltech version because I was a fancy fan. Honda S2000. Okay, that's not American, is it?
Yeah. Yeah, but that also wouldn't have been like famous American sports car because
Yeah.
I'm just trying to think of like classic muscle.
Famous American sports car, the Honda S2000.
Yeah. But that didn't go through. Most car manufacturers say having a dividing line on the body gives the impression that it will break, and that is bad luck.
That's
Bitter
Porsche.
smile.
That's Porsche.
Yeah. But among all the companies we approached, Subaru and Dodge were the ones who showed favor, saying it's a toy that's full of dreams and fun. Yeah, so like Dodge was the Viper.
What a nice
I
thing
don't-
to say.
I'm trying to think. It would have been Mustang or Corvette, or like American sports car, unless Japan has some different.
What did Trax turn into in Alternators?
Trax was a Corvette.
There was, I mean, it wasn't just that it was hard to do certain colors on him, right? But wasn't there, like, a whole weird beef about him needing to be yellow? Who wanted the yellow? Was that Corvette that wanted the yellow? Because that might have been the other one where it eventually panned out. Because I feel like Alternators had, like, some stacked and then, like, stepped delayed developments in the early figures.
Yeah, because it was like because Dead End got the first copy
Yeah.
of the body or whatever because black was one of the like feature Viper colors.
Flamore saying Chevy also had a problem with Transformers at first. Right. The brand color was yellow.
Yeah.
That's why Trax was yellow. And then the Aaron Archer team like figured out how to not trick them, but logic them into blue tracks for America, because they were like, look how bad the yellow looks in plastic. Because there were prototypes of yellow plastic tracks. And I remember at the BotCons, they were like, yeah, we kind of showed them how awful the yellow was turning out in plastic and how nicer the blue looked. And they... What else? Okay, I'll editorialize. They basically tricked them into doing blue tracks in America.
Yeah.
Okay, there's a rumor of Megatron being a Cadillac. Well, there was also... That's not the same
that
thing.
was yeah, I don't think that was even a rumor. That was like the last wave.
There was an
prototype,
Alternators. Well, there
I
was an
wanna say.
Alternators Megatron control art that was a purposeful hoax that Joe Kide did as an internship project. If I remember right.
Yeah.
There's also, like you said, there was a kit-bashed Megatron to conceptualize the idea of like a big military alternator, but there was also a control art that looked really real, but it was done as an internship project with the idea of being so real looking that it would trick some folks. Emperor Nova with more insight, or at least remembering more than I can. Trax had a weird thing. Hasbro side wanted the C5, Chevy wanted the C6. Then the Viper was developed as a backup for Trax in case Chevy didn't go for it. Right. Because the Viper wasn't sideswipe right away. Okay, Cypher's saying, not a rumor. Apparently in BotCon 06, they said that Megatron XLR was planned but never got past early planning. The Cadillac one. That's another thing that really needs like a nice history of deep dive now that it's been like over a decade since it ended, like Alternators.
Yeah.
Because like what a weird project, right? Like for pre-movie. Anyway, we should probably keep going.
Yeah.
But now we've got the link to this. Aaron's got the archive.org link to this, so just in case, I'm sure this has already been duped, but maybe anyone who's out there doing archivism, maybe dupe these 2 pages of interview, just in case. Or at least save the links. Who knows? There could be something in there. Statue news. Toybox DX Toy of the Year. I remember those. Vote for Transformers. Give Bandai and those other toys a run for their money. The debate of the week has been extended. Good. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. Dreamwave preview. Alternators found in the U.S. Listings. A tribute to Armada. Okay, so these were AMVs, so none of these links work anymore.
Alternators found everywhere, just fine. Look, they're at stores. Go.
Thanks, Beatnik Poe. Takara Astrotrain reissue released. DX Micromaster Landcross man, that was 03 when they put that reissue out? I thought that was later. I never got the Landcross reissue because I was salty that I had just about 3 years earlier bought one of the 3 Landcross sets for like $90 on eBay. It broke, by the way. I think it was like Dash Tracker or whatever that I had. Dash Tacker. Transformers.com. Energon 1.5. G1 Sideswipe on Transformers.com. Black Landcross. Transformers.com. Pictures of stuff that came out. Debate of the Week recap. We ain't got it. Alternators Powerlinks Optimus with CD released in New Zealand. Energon info. Wanted to let the anonymous tipster wants to let New Zealanders know Alternators Smokescreen is out for $50. Powerlinks Optimus with Universe CD has been re-released for $100. We're getting Energon as the Energon Prime Megatron bundles in our systems. Good for New Zealand. TransformersCon guest announcement. What would become TFCon? Brad Mick was a guest at TFCon. Then who was he? Damn it. So that happened. I need to ask people this year.
Yeah. Well, ask Colin.
Yeah.
I'm sure he's not going to be busy with anything else.
He's not going to... He's going to be like, who? Or he's going to be like, yeah, he was great.
Yeah.
Nice guy. Let's see. Detailed pictures of the inbox insert.
I just love how ravenous we were about anything on that 20th anniversary Prime.
Yeah, it was so exciting.
It was the second coming. This was how we knew that the movie was going to be G1 based, because this was here. It's very clear. If you take all the letters in 20th anniversary Prime and you turn them into numbers, and then you add all those numbers up, it clearly points to the Illuminati bringing G1 back with Optimus Prime's voice being Peter Cullen. Tell me.
Brad Mick, for those who don't know, was the writer of a bunch of Dreamwave stuff, but Brad Mick was actually at least 2 people under this weird conjoined pseudonym. So knowing that now, seeing news about convention guest Brad Mick or Brad Mick giving personal interviews is very weird to me, because I'm imagining 2 adults physically fused together, like the mushroom dude from Inscription, and everyone going like, "Oh yeah, Brad, yeah, somebody's got Brad Mick, known human."
Transformers Wiki points it at James McDonough.
James McDonough, but he was more than one person. I guess maybe it was like an Orsi Kurtzman thing where only one of them did public appearances.
Sorry, I'm trying to speed read here.
Adam Patik, that's what I'm thinking of.
Yeah.
Thank you, Blatran. Sorry, I went over the page too, because it was a whole lot of just like, we found a shred of picture. Picture went up on Transformers.com.
Yeah. It was like he was James McDonough when he was as the creative director, and then as a writer he was Brad Mick. So I guess it wasn't like going for a bunch of credits.
Well, the Brad Mick is 2 people thing was when they did the ongoing that got canceled. Because when they first revealed themselves, it was Paddock and McDonough saying, "We are Brad Mick," basically.
Okay.
And, you know, we're not telling you what we were going to do because maybe we'll sell it. And then it later found out, like, they don't think they're going to sell it. They just want their Pat Lee money.
Ooh, yeah, and the wiki says eventually Dreamwave's debt with the two writers would total over $40,000 when they threatened legal action in mid-2004. They were fired.
Yeah.
Which is a surefire way to, like, look good in a lawsuit.
Yeah, yeah. You now owe Brad Mick $40,000. You never fired Brad Mick.
I'm saying, hey, you owe me money, workplace, and then workplace fires you.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
That's the great way to win in court.
Well, I like the idea that they fired Paddock and fired McDonough, but didn't fire Brad Mick, so the two of them just return, like, fused together in their ultimate form. You neglected to remove the Brad Mick. Now that is all that we are. Give us our $40,000. On Boxing Day 2003, Micron Legend finished airing in Japan. And celebrating the new... Didn't we celebrate the new TFW earlier the same year?
No, that was the chat feature changing.
That was this stream. Feature. But, like, in February era, like, the first couple of these streams, I thought we... No, he's talking about it. We decided to celebrate Christmas early by showing off what we've been working on since the end of November. That, and we seem to have a thing about changing our front page every couple of months.
Yes.
So...
Yes. Well, because this was also the time frame where it was like 4 or 5 different whole color scheme changes.
Yeah.
Where it was like a brighter blue, white, something. It wasn't like this kind of more default dark mode. It was a very 03 internet of light mode, not dark mode.
You want to illuminate your bedroom with your computer monitor.
Mm-hmm.
So this is when we This is when we implemented the IRC chat room, which was like kind of an out of date thing at this point, but kind of resurging. But it was like, now we're doing IRC. I remember that chat room was weird because you don't have to be on TFW, but then that created this whole weird loophole where it's like, then what is the IRC chat?
Yeah, people would be bad in the IRC chat and like. Neener, you can't do anything about it.
Yeah.
On the boards.
Hey, why not celebrate 20 years of Transformers a few days early? Micron Legend DVDs, Superlink preview image, MP op. So this is Dengeki hobby stuff. New Transformers trademark, First Aid. That wasn't in Energon, right? But it was Red Alert in Cybertron, right? Or was he First Aid? I can't remember because I can't remember how to separate Galaxy Force from Cybertron.
I think First Aid was just for a universe.
Okay.
Released. And it may have even still been like Autobot First Aid, maybe.
Clark Clint Gaming, are we finally in the Energon era? Well, almost. Armada has finished, and Micron Densetsu has finished.
Energon didn't start... what was our earlier thing? Energon first episode airs...
January
30th.
Yeah. We're not going to tread at all into 04 once we hit 04, because I have to change the thumbnail for that. But hey, December 23rd...
Want to have an inaccurate thumbnail.
Exactly. Transformers, the New York Times, of December 23rd. Takara also has, quote, Takara also has the nostalgia bug. The company has released special 20th anniversary editions of some of the most popular characters from its Transformers series. In the last 2 decades, Takara has churned out an amazing 800 or so Transformers, multi-piece robots that can be taken apart and reassembled as trucks and cars. Literally wrong, New York Times. Like most Japanese action figures, Transformers also appear in animated television shows and movies that American children now know well. Now they know them.
Also kind of wrong. Because it was an American television show that went back the other way.
In the 1980s, when we first introduced Transformers in America, kids were interested in the toys as a puzzle, said Hideaki Yoke, general manager in the Boys Research Division at Takara's headquarters in Tokyo. But after 20 years, they're not only interested in the puzzles, but the characters too. In January, Takara will release limited edition versions of a mainstay product, Optimus Pride, for $79.99 in the US, $30 more than the largest Transformers from the entire line. Back when a Transformer clearing $50 was unheard of. Well, not unheard of, but highly unlikely. Yeah, I'm realizing this would have been the first time I'd have seen the name Hideaki Yoke, and then I completely forgot about it again until Yoketron was a thing.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, Optimus Pride. Listen, Pride.
Man, I wish the New York Times was not locked down the way that it is to then search and see if this is still online.
Yeah. Listen, Pride Month may be over, but Pride Wrath has only just begun. So, you know, Optimus Pride is out in full force with his... where an Optimus Prime would have an ion cannon, he has a Pride-on cannon.
Holy crap, that is still alive.
Is it? Which one? Which one?
The New York Times.
If I click the entire article. I will not create a free account or log in. Go away. Don't! I said go away, and it's like, oh, what's your email? Wait, how do... Okay, I misread that. How do I make this go away?
I just hit continue with Google. It gives you like three free reads or whatever, and then it says
I refuse. They're not getting my info. I'll look at this
by
later.
Ken Belson.
Can you like copy paste that entire article into like a Discord message?
Yeah.
I'm not giving them my Google login. They can go to hell.
They do have a correction. About it being Optimus Pride versus Optimus Prime.
Well, good. Do they have a correction about the implication that you rip the robots apart and put them back together as trucks and cars?
Wow, it pasted as a bunch of garbage in our podcast list. It went wide.
Uh-oh. I gotta see this. That's odd.
Yeah, I don't know why it did. Probably just because
it wants to download as a .text and I can't open it
Yeah.
in the browser. That's so weird.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is too much work to read in this form. Wait, I got an idea. What if I do this?
Multi-piece robots. So this still has multi-piece robots that can be taken apart and reassembled as cars and trucks.
Oh, here we go. Having spent decades trying to win over American consumers, they are now entrenched enough in the United States that they are able to turn their hit products into collector's items. Japan, I guess. Takara, for instance, is releasing special edition Transformers robot vehicles to commemorate their 20th anniversary, while Bandai is releasing special Mighty Morphin Power Rangers and Gundam action figures. The staying power of these toys is a sign of how firmly rooted Japanese toys have become in the eyes of some American consumers. Just a few decades ago, Japan was derided as a country capable of only making toys, a knock on its production methods, which Americans viewed as shoddy. This is Greek to me. I wasn't paying attention to the world back then.
Yeah.
That's a wild couple of sentences to read.
Yeah. As I'm breezing through, this dude came in before he started this article with a thesis.
Yeah.
And wrote the article to match his thesis.
Now that we can speak about the Japanese. This man's typing his article.
And you know he heard that Oriental dun 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 riff when he wrote the Japanese.
He was trying to figure out how to put the phrase "big in Japan" in there somewhere. Mm-hmm. Mock Tackle, probably the second worst thing the New York Times did in 2003. Okay, Mock Tackle says a lot of the normal. When encountering Transformers toys from the outside in, assume that they rip apart and go back together. It's a shame to live such a poor life like that. Yeah, Cena Nova. I have no idea what they're talking about with Power Rangers in 2003. Apparently Matt Moylan got into it with Brad Mick at some point about whether Sunstreaker was being written as gay. I remember that was the thing. I never got I was about to say never got straight. That's not meant to be a thing. But I never got it clear either. Because also everything that, like, once Dreamwave was over, and the two writers were making themselves known whatsoever, they were also like being very, like I said, they didn't want to share too many details because they wanted their money, basically.
Yeah, right after the Optimus Pride, which they didn't even like correct in the article. They just said like later it's Optimus Pride, not Optimus Prime. And then they talk about how Takara released Meowlingual, a cat translator, this month. The cat paraphraser sells in Japan for like 8,800 yen. Takara hopes to sell 300,000 of these machines, which can even tell your cat's fortune. And then later it's like, yeah, was also a Bandai thing, not a Takara thing. So yeah, this dude came in with wild swings. And
what's this writer's name?
Ken Belson.
Hey, Ken Belson. Why don't you get smartened up, and why don't you friggin' learn about what you're writing about before you start attributing the Meowlanizer to Takara when it was a Bandai product, you small timer.
So if you click on the by Ken Belson, it does list his email address, his X account as well.
What's his X account? Hang on. What's his X account?
It looks like EL_BELSON. Echo Lima _Bravo Echo Lima Sierra Oscar November.
That doesn't make it. I can't process those. Okay. What was it? What was the first version you said?
EL.
Yeah.
_
All right.
BELSON.
Okay, I'm just gonna go snoop his at replies. I'm not gonna talk to him. Let's see. I'm gonna snoop you. You've been posting recently.
He's now business, and well,
it's one of those guys
Summer Racing Hotspot.
He's one of those guys who posts an article about the NFL and then tags the NFL account as though anyone cares, or as though the NFL account's gonna reply. Can't stand it. Can't stand it. I'm being mean to this guy now.
Well, no, I think that's actually his article.
Yeah. But his thing sharing his article, he's like, can the at NFL do this?
Yeah.
Oh, he mostly covers the NFL. Stick to sports, in my opinion. Freaking get this guy. I mean, maybe he's a nice person. I don't know. I'm trying to see if he's. Mainly, I'm just looking to see, like, are you a scumbag? Can I tell on Twitter if you're a scumbag?
I mean, he's on Twitter, right?
Yeah, but I can't see his likes because they turned that off. So I'm just seeing. He doesn't reply to people. He replied to one person last December asking if an album was Nowhere Man. Yeah, this guy, he's not a poster. I can't read him. I'm not giving him any more of my time. This guy doesn't even know how Transformers work.
Is this our odd weird deep dive for the end of the show?
No. I'm done with him. I'm moving on. Lucky draw, Blackfire Convoy Gallery. Ken Belson, I wish you well in life. Stay out of my path.
Hope you die in a fire.
I do not. There's no proof either way of what kind of man is he. This is galleries. This is More Than Meets the Eye profiles to be released as a trade paperback. Did that ever happen with the Dreamwave ones? I feel like that was a point of discussion when Dreamwave evaporated. Armada will continue to air in Cartoon Network in January. It's just being moved to weekday mornings at 6:30 a.m. Eastern Time.
You know, for all the kids that get up at 5 in the morning to get ready to go to the coal mines.
Dreamwave has another contest up, for the anticipated January's Transformer Month. Hiccup. This contest is to pick a battle scene from our Generation 1 issues and reenact the scene with your toys.
Okay.
You can win a bunch of stuff. At least they're not soliciting free artwork again. Joe Ing.
They'll complete the comic. They want you to do some writing for them.
Oh, sorry for saying More Than Meets the Eye was collected in trade. Okay, so that actually did happen. Logos Miner woke up at 5 a.m. but had no coal mine. Logos Miner just woke up at 5 a.m.
Okay, fine, to work in the fields. Or actually, no, I'll admit I was a kid that had to get up super early, but it was because I had an hour-long bus ride to then have another half-hour-long bus ride because you couldn't stay on the bus for more than an hour. So they recollected us at a point and kicked us onto another bus.
Contest 2, they do want you to do free writing for them. They want you to fill in the
what
empty
I
bubbles.
said.
Yeah.
That's what I said,
But number 3, they want you to design them a villain. That's crossing the line slightly, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Also, I don't 100% recall Joe Ing, Dreamwave's newest and hottest Transformers artist. The name sounds familiar, but I can't picture a Joe Ing piece in my mind right now. Oh yeah, Flame War's making the point. Some kids do have to get up at 5 to get on the school bus if you live in the sticks.
Yeah, that's also what I just said. The hour bus to half-hour bus. But
yeah, sorry, I'm my brain is partially in 2003, so
yeah.
The Cena Nuva last stream they put up a contest which was literally, hey, you're an art student, why don't you do some work for us and then we'll give you exposure as a contest. Okay, the More Than Meets the Eye profile book IDW release is somehow more rare than the Dreamwave one. I think the IDW one was like they did it, but then wasn't there like weirdness about what IDW was able to reprint from Dreamwave? Like that was a sort of long running thing.
Yeah, I remember that because it was a question that I remember when that happened, having to kind of fill in my comic store about like, oh, these trades. How are these trades coming out from this company that's just got the license or something?
Yeah,
and I had to explain. Well, it's the old thing. They got the say so through Hasbro, and they're like, they can do that. It's like, well, you're the one with the listing, man. I don't know. You're asking me. Crap.
Oh, okay, Griffman saying Joe Ing did the Devil's Due Transformers G.I. Joe crossover.
Okay. Yeah.
I liked that. I liked that one. I'm going to look at his page now, too, on my other browser window. He also did War Within Age of Wrath, one of the covers of Micromasters, worked on Generation 1 Number 0, and some of the Energon comic. Okay. I'm going to minimize... No, I minimized the wrong one! I love it. I love it when that happens. I'm so happy. It's back. There we go. Alright. So, the Pussful Store Superlink exclusive has been announced. I remember this. If you buy Grand Convoy from one of the 18 Pussful stores, you get a clear version of the Energon Spear from Airglide or Skyblast, the Omnicon. I remember those campaign Energon weapons at BotCons in this era. Like, always floating around and always floating around.
Yeah, I remember, is it like 06 or 07, buying something from one of those dealers and just like, hey, do you want one of these? Not really. Oh, you just have it. Oh, okay.
Yeah, they were not high in demand back then. However, Cypher's saying the prices on those things now, yeah, they used to be cheap and plenty. They were all over. No one wanted them because it was like it's a less interesting version of an accessory. It's not red now; it's just clear.
Yeah, I think I've got like a light blue spear.
Well, like many things do, eventually someone buys one every now and then, and eventually they're finite. They run out. Yeah, Cypher, I was going to ask if you'd collected them because they felt like they're very analogous to variant Microns and etc. Analogous?
Man, now you've got me wondering about how you say that.
I type the word a lot. I never say it out loud. Anyway, continuing on. We're on Christmas Eve. We're so close. Valkysis, respect to the clear plastic fetishist. Happy holidays from TFW 2005.
Happy holidays to everyone.
Energon schedule for February confirmed. We have to go check the schedule page that does not exist.
Tim, what are you doing at... No, we know what Tim's doing at 4:45.
Oh, yeah, holy...
Like, I'd say, what are you doing? But that's like... probably assembling toys or something.
The thing is, clear plastic fetishists, they're not the natural enemy of the modern collector. They are simply hidden among you. Maybe I'm one. Who knows? I am a Blitzwing fetishist, love them all. Transformers is on the Toy Industry of America's classic toy list. The TIA has compiled a list of classic toys that are still on the market, along with their first year of intro and current manufacturer. Transformers are listed for 1984. I vaguely recall this, because this is when it was exciting when anyone would acknowledge Transformers exist.
Yeah.
Superlink came out in Japan on Christmas Day in Japan.
It's trying really hard to load that TIA page. Nope. Right as soon as I said something. I made eye contact with it.
Speaking of those promotion weapons, here's a few more. The second promotion is for the Corona Flame Energon Spear, the Royal Clear Energon Spear, the Aquamarine Edition Energon Axe, and the Black Hole Edition Energon Axe. So yeah, this is the campaign Energon weapons era, kicking it up. Superlink preview trailer. It's an 8 megabyte AVI that we can't see anymore. Armada goes on clearance on Boxing Day. So let's see, what are the prices? Let's all feel bad that we weren't buying toys 21 years ago, everybody! At Walmart, Minicons sets down to $5, Supercons to $10, Maxcons to $15, Super Base Optimus Prime down to $30. Target stores have Minicons at $4, Maxcons at $15, Super Base Prime to $28, Unicron at $30. Not all stores will have these clearance sales. So now's the time to finish your collections.
Get more Unicron hips for $30, baby.
Get more of them crotches. Someone spotted Built to Rule Thundercracker and Night Attack Demolisher. And Thundercracker? Oh, okay. Today, Thundercracker was sighted in Bel Air Mall in Mobile, Alabama. Clark Clint Gaming. Wow, that's a lot of good. It messed my tongue up. Clark Clint Gaming. Ha, joke's on you. I still have my Armada toys from that time. Me too. Cypher, did Night Attack Demolisher ever exist outside of Built to Rule, or was that, because that feels like a name I should have seen more. Like Night Attack in general is baller, but we got more downloads that don't work of Superlink toy commercials and promo videos. I had all of these on a hard drive somewhere. Maybe it still exists. Night Attack Demolisher was Built to Rule only. Big Bad Toy Store got 20th Anniversary Prime in stock. It begins. I think by this point, I might have had MPO1. Because I got MPO1 at an import store in BC. Close to this timeline. Because it was around January, December, that crossover area. Not sure. S250, who might be the guy who does Beast Box toys, giving us the first look at Universe King Atlas in package. Energon Unicron's in stock on Toys R Us. The mouthplate Energon Prime has been spotted by John Hartman in a Walmart in Indiana. I forgot this was a whole thing.
Yep.
There was an Energon Prime with an open mouth and then one with a mouth plate. I never had the mouth plate one. I always kind of wanted the mouth plate one. The mouth sculpt was fine, but it looked
unnerving.
It looked really weird with the Super Mode helmet on. Something about the Super Mode helmet mask made the visible mouth add an uncanny valley thing that I found very disturbing.
Well, because it kept the mouth scale, so it made his mouth just like tiny mouth.
Because with the faceplate, it kind of hides that his head isn't really growing. Okay, Flame War saying the mouth one was more common. I recall that being a thing even back then. It's hard hero stuff. Pictures of the campaign Energon weapons. Those won't work anymore. That's Snackus, Autobase Aichi, one of those sites we used to look at all the time. Snackus is still around, but I don't think on that site anymore is what we discovered.
It's a 403.
Yeah. We're so close. This page ends at December 31st, but in the morning. Okay. More Energon Magnus figures popping up. Tony Bacala found a large stash at a Dali City, California Target in the Serramonte Center. KB exclusive Spy Changer repaint spotted. Some interesting background information featured in Hyper Hobby regarding the Omnicons and Terracons. Due to the high purity of energy in the newly discovered Super Energon, Transformers could not consume it directly as they do with normal Energon without overloading their circuits. However, a sub-race of Transformers known as the Omnicons and Terracons were able to absorb these highly concentrated energy and even refine to various energy weapons. That whole plot point didn't exist like about halfway through the show, right? Like,
yeah, I remember it falling off very quickly.
They were still
because
around.
Because the Energon stars were like power-ups because all the Autobots and Decepticons had like the spark crystal type of thing.
Yeah.
That you could put the different colored stars onto.
But then there was a point mid-series with RC arriving, because I remember when RC or Ariel showed up in Superlink, I always remember her episode, her like one episode. Because she showed up to inspire the Omnicons by being woman, and she would constantly refer to them as the Otoko Tachi, which I found very funny, because it was a TV Nihon subtitle. So she was just straight calling them like the Men Tachi, or like, I can't remember if they did Men Tachi or Otoko Tachi. But yeah, she was a very like very rote kind of character. I vaguely recall, I haven't watched it in decades. It was just like all the Omnicons were like, something was happening, and then they all looked up and there was RC and they were like, a woman! And then they started to like do their Omnicon thing more. Hey, are you having problems with the chat feature? Because we received some complaints that when you click the chat feature, it never connects to the chat server. We found a solution. The 2005 chat applet uses the newest version of the Java plugin to connect. So click here to download the correct Java plugin, restart your machine, and that's it. Join in today and mingle with your fellow trans fans. There's always something interesting going on. Is java.com still around, or did that finally fully shutter? I never remember.
I hate saying I can download some stuff.
Don't.
Java downloads for all operating systems.
Don't.
Yeah, I'm not.
Hey, Scramble City Fan Dub coming January 2004. Screenshots of the Armada PS2 game. Is Takara going to re-release 6 Turbo again? Hard Hero. Images and review of Red Power Links Thrust, the USA edition one. It's Snackus's review. That's what it is. And now, I believe our final page of this thumbnail template. Yeah, here we are. Here we go. Happy New Year. We're in it. We're at noon, December 31st, 2003. Happy New Year, everyone. Tomorrow begins the 20th anniversary of the Transformers. Keep an eye right here in the coming year for many special articles and features in celebration of this occasion. These G1 Spy Changers, has been noted, instead of having paint applications, they have stickers applied to them. I don't remember what any of these are, these G1 Spy Changers. I never looked for them. Chris Carnage digging out the Flash player to go with the Java plugin.
Yeah.
Flame War, I did not remotely remember that plot point. Yeah, right. Energon RC was like evolved out of, or reformatted out of one of the regular male Omnibots. The Superlink version of it is the only one I saw. I never saw the Energon dub, but I forgot I had a memory that she was just not there and then showed up. But you're right. erupted in a wave of super energon, and then went like Otoko Tachi. Yeah. Oh, sorry for saying those were the canceled G2 GoBots in whites and called Jazz, Prowl, Wheeljack, and Silver Streak. I vaguely recall these. Why not hang out in our IRC chat room for New Year's? I mean, that was actually kind of fun when that was, what was up.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's it. Now we're into January, so we can't look at that anymore. It ends on an advertisement of, hey, you lonely tonight? Head to the IRC chat. And you know what? I did that some nights, and it was fun. Aaron, we did it.
We did.
We did it. Okay. Here's the homework, right? Because I got to prepare a lot of stuff. If any of you want to go just like go into some comments in these streams, this set of 5 streams, if we ever did Orson's World and you can spot one, can you tag it with the time code? Because I would like to inspect Orson's World for the sake of our presentation. I can do it, but if anyone wants to help, that would be a big help. That would singularly be the biggest help, is if folks as a community, if we could just time code tag Orson's World segments. Because also then I can make a supercut easier after TFCon is done. Mm-hmm. That if anyone wants to help out, that would be a very big helpful thing. The problem with skimming is that these all look the same. That's why I would really like some help if possible. I can't do anything to like, I got nothing to like pay you with, so it's all volunteering. You don't have to. I'm not mad if no one does, but I want to put it out there. That would be kind of helpful. Oh no, okay, skim and look for all caps. Maybe that would work. Look for weird bold formatting too, but not always bold. Sometimes it was only italics. That's not helping, is it? Anyway, before
style guide again, the style guide, lack of style guide fails us.
I don't think the Orson's World stuff is even tagged specifically either because it predates tags.
Yeah. Well, other news, Generation 1 site updates, those exist here.
Sina Nuva pointing out the Orson's World posts are usually pretty long too. That's true. I clicked other news and it still exists. Like this is SDCC now.
Yeah.
This is who cares about this news? This is kids these days with their news that actually happened this year. But yeah, Aaron. Now that we're done, let's deeb a little bit. Debrief. How you feeling about this experience?
Lot of memory holes. Lot of stuff I would have never ever thought about again.
Same.
Yeah, Bill's Toys and Games, seeing the rise and knowing the eventual fall. Yeah. Crazy.
Yeah, it's wild.
I think this is after. I don't think I have much more. Because we found like Baby Aaron doing news way back at the very beginning.
Yeah.
And I think we're past me doing any of that anymore.
Yeah, you stopped appearing as a name earlier in the year, and it's I remember somewhat that like the news staff had to turn over to tighten it up a little bit. And it was just news staff and then admins if they had anything to add in. But yeah,
I'm trying to go back to the early to see if I can find one that I'm on. I think that pivots the other way around to find whatever my last news post was. But yeah, like Elvin Pena had stuff early on.
Yeah.
Just because he was in one of the dudes.
He was everyone's pal.
Yeah. And he was.
Yeah, I mean, I've said many times, the Pena family were all super kind and super friendly, and they had, like, the idea of a super fan exiting the fandom usually comes with, like, oh, what happened? But with the Pena family, as far as I know, it's just like, they're like, yeah, we're kind of done. Anyway, see you guys later. And it was like, super friendly. And, like, one of them sold me a Metroplex nearly complete for, like, a pittance.
Yeah.
But yeah, as an excavation exercise, this has been way more fascinating than I expected, because we're able to look at the front page news and the front page community posts, but we can't look at the details. We can't see what the community specifically was saying at any of these points.
Mm-hmm.
So this actually feels like we are sifting through an ancient civilization of sorts, because we can't see the social candor. We can't see who was fighting. We can't see the dialogue. We can only see the summaries and what was of interest back then. And it's kind of interesting to me in that way. It's kind of like how
we know that there were debates, but we don't know what the debates were about.
Yeah, it's kind of like that talking point of like, we know that Shakespeare made plays, right? But like in that era, there was junk too. Like there was junk media at any given point of human civilization. But we kind of don't know what junk media was in some of those things. Or like Deus Ex Machina. I was having this conversation with my brother and my mom recently about how like Deus Ex Machina came about because there was an era of playwriting where garbage plays would eventually, they'd just be writing and the writers wouldn't know what to do, but people pay to see plays. So like, I'll just start writing a play, and then when we hit a certain amount, Zeus comes down in a cloud and kills all the villains and the heroes win. And that's like where Deus Ex Machina in one way kind of can be referenced. So there was junk media in many eras, and this is making me think, this is not to say this is junk media, but like this is making me think about how like, like at a glance it's hard, you have to do some digging at the very least to find out what like the the Twitter post of like a Shakespearean era was, right? Like the kind of like who was arguing about something that they both forgot about by next year, right? And there's little bits of that coming in through this. It's very fun and exciting to me. Simeon Scott saying thanks for doing that. Hey, thanks for checking it out. I'm really glad a number of you have been enjoying this, because I think this, I've said this before, I think this is really interesting in part because we've got, from the names I have seen in the viewer list throughout these things, we got folks who were, me and Aaron were there for a lot of this, especially on this site. We've got people who came in with the 07 movie. We've got people who were doing Bionicle as kids during this. We've got a very small handful of people who literally didn't exist in 2003. And we've got folks who were there for the pre-fandom to this generation of the fandom, which was Usenet, right? And fanzines. And so I really like how all of our reactions to this are budding together in a way, because it feels like we are not caring about what the new toy is, what's the new media, what can I go spend money on right now, or like, what are the fresh spoilers? It's kind of, and we're not caring about like, just basic like Transformers are cool. We're like just looking at, hey, what was this like so far back, that we can see parallels, we can see things that don't happen anymore. I don't know. It's been really fascinating to me.
Somehow we're no longer have 4 different companies making statues and busts and heads and all of that stuff.
Just the statue thing.
The other stuff that's just fallen off. Like, I guess we get things that are, well, we still do get some statue style things. We get non-transforming, like just posable art piece style things, but no longer the like cold cast porcelain whatever.
Yeah. Oh, Cena Nuva saying, I was an Armada kid, so it's wild seeing the older fan community reporting on it. Yeah, like a lot of people who grew up on Armada, whenever I've spoken to y'all, at conventions or in chats or comments or whatever, I've always taken a lot of interest in that, because it's like, you grew up on things that were kind of my first adult fan discourse. And in the early 2000s, point I made last stream, most of the fan base who were this active on these message boards were in their 20s and 30s at a ceiling. Like mostly oldest folks for the most part were just out of college. So our maturity emotionally and intellectually about how to discuss this stuff was also catastrophically low. And a lot of us never even considered the kid perspective. It was almost, that was the argument, is like, how do we talk about this? Because the kids are just looking at this like kids are.
Well, I mean, I think that was one of our Orson's World, one of the things that was like brought up in 2 or 3 of those of, like trying to say like, what's the balance
Yeah.
of kids versus adults? And it was like, you know, Orson's responses were always, "Oh, I'm making stuff for kids and hope that adults can like it too," which I feel like that line has shifted or blurred, or like M. Cypher said about some other things, the toy tech has kind of killed a lot of that, you know, for that talking about statues appeal cartoon accuracy, but also just like pushed it around of, you know, the toy tech, you can make something that's a fun toy that's also a posable figure that's also
Cena Nuva is here 21 years
looks
later.
Back at other that
sorry, I gotta point this out. Cena Nuva is here 21 years later to validate a whole bunch of us. Funny thing is, when I was a kid, I always wished my Optimus Prime Super Mode could move his legs. So it might be as far as you think. Where's the phaser? He's got to hear this.
Oh, that's a name. One of those guys that I think frequently caught early temp bans on TFW because it was like, what's the line from the Winter Soldier or the Falcon and Winter Soldier of like, he's right, I don't agree with him, but he's right, or something like that. Oh shoot, I forget. It's the meme now of three of them in the jet. But
I was gonna say, for those of you who grew up on like Unicron trilogy, I just realized something, because back then is when we first heard, you know, the ratio. Remember, like it's 80% kids, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Some of that 80% are now the folks who tune into a live stream about Transformers 20 years later. Isn't that kind of wild that like some of y'all are that 80%, and now we still talk about the ratio kind of, but you're now occupying, you're actually those long-term fans that were hypothesized about 21 years ago. You are the chosen ones.
Yes. A couple people coming through with, he's out of line, but he's right.
There you go.
Yeah. That was very much the phaser. He'd just be like, dude, like, the one person is slightly disagreeing with you and you make decent points, but you didn't need to use those many descriptive adjectives about parentage and preference of a lot of things.
Sorry, yeah. It's all coming back to me. Phaser was the I threw my Godfire convoy down a staircase and broke Grindor guy. I always remember. I got the impression he mellowed out at some point. I assume he still floats around, and I assume he would find all this funny. Because he was a moderator issue back then. I distinctly recall. These have been super fun. We're gonna keep doing it. I've decided for Aaron that we're gonna keep doing these. Gonna take a break up until TFCon happens, obviously. But hey, we did a year in less than a year, so that's all I wanted to prove. So now all
we needed to do is get a rhythm.
Yeah, we figured out what we don't need to read.
Yeah,
which was really helpful. You should, if any of you didn't see stream number 1, it was also before Aaron was on for the whole thing. You can see like some real training wheels of like, and realizations in my facial twitching of like, I don't need to read all of this, do I? Some of these are useless.
Like most things Chris does, it took me to come around to help give it direction. Get things figured out.
Yeah, and in just 5 streams too.
Get away from the conversation traps.
Well, remember, we were both thinking like, is this going to be 12 streams? Is this going to take like each one's a month? But yeah, we
well, and again though, some of it has been, you know, glazing over the more pictures, and okay, we can't see them, cool. Yeah, move on. When familiar names popped up, you know, when some of those have come back around, we've gone, oh yeah.
You know what?
Mr. Roboto there, memories.
We did it in 5 streams, and amidst that, we spent like half an hour on this stupid website. On this on area403.net. So, you know, go us. hey, you pro singer relocating to Central or Southern Florida, pro vocalist, I hope you found some gigs, you know?
Yeah.
Uh,
RickStevens.net. I think that's one that we tried before, and it came to some like Stevens licensing thing.
yeah.
Yes, doxmyself.com.
I really want to know what happened to Les Brown. I got to look him up, see if things went dark or went inspiring or somewhere.
To just
in
fire
between.
off, just write up a form email and just copy every one of these emails into a BCC and see how many replies you get.
I have a question. Does Hotmail still exist, or did it turn into Rocket?
Yes.
Okay.
Hotmail still exists. I have a Hotmail account that is my I'm not giving you my real email account email address.
I guess we could just run a bot on this and scoop all the emails and go like, did you ever get work? Wow, an awesome MP3 viral marketing tool. This thing is so wild. Anyway, my shoulders want to kill me.
Okay.
So
well, I can't help with that quite yet.
Fix it. Aaron, at the very least, thank you again, of course, for taking part in this. That's made this way more fun. Being able to bounce off and riff a bit. And yeah, let's continue, because like I said, I want to my long-term goal, I want to cover every front page news post up until the debut of our podcast in 2008. That's the end goal. I'm not in a rush to do it, but that's just the end goal. Aaron, we'll be seeing you at TFCon.
Yeah,
you're driving over. In my brain, my plan is Thursday is the big day downtown.
Yes,
I'm assuming
that's normally our practice. Yes,
so I'm assuming you're going to be tired from the aforementioned driving on Wednesday.
Yeah, Wednesday's the drive up. I'll have like a couple of people that could potentially be co-drivers. At this point, it's not a solo drive up. Alfie's coming up, and Slayer's Hoop. However, that the space and language goes. Will be flying in the day before to then drive up with as well. So I don't know. I might just be in the passenger seat the whole time and show up on Wednesday just refreshed. I don't know.
Hell yeah. Well, we as I mentioned before, Aaron and I are having a panel on Sunday at 1 p.m. I believe, about this stream series. So if you are at TFCon, please come to that panel, because I like it when people come to our panels.
Yes.
I like doing panels in front of people. So there you go.
There'll probably be some Q&A.
Yeah, there's going to be room for it. I'm still structuring the presentation in my head. I'm going to be trying to put my presentations together over this weekend, even though I've been doing PowerPoint nights at the Danu Social House now, so I can just make presentations in 30 minutes right before I do them. For Aaron's sake, I'm going to try to at least make our presentation before he gets here. Because I figure that's kind, you know.
That'd be nice. If I could at least see it Friday or Saturday, that'd be cool.
Making you look at it Saturday would be so mean. It's like, hey, Aaron.
I could probably hit the ground running, because I'm in enough stupid meetings that could just be emails that I've occasionally had to lead. So like, I could figure something out on the fly.
Yeah.
I may not run the whole flow of whatever PowerPoint you've made, but you know, I can murder it pretty good.
My goal for ours is 5 slides. I like going low slides so there's just talking room. But the only definite slides in the middle or near the end, Orson's World. That's the key slide. I also want to have like an intro slide about
Star
what this
wipe in, or you just do a side swipe. How do you?
I'm using.
What do your transitions look like?
I'm using LibreOffice, which does not have a true star wipe because it's not Excel. It has a diamond wipe, which I consider to be a star still. But yeah,
I thought you're a professional, sir.
Orson's World, major slide. I'm thinking the intro, I want to talk about the motivations behind this, and I definitely want a debrief slide where we kind of what we're doing now, but you know, again, add a week of us thinking about it. That's the main stuff. Orson's World is in a perfect world. I would have like a team combing through, creating funny clips out of all of those things, and then I would collate out of that all the best bits and make like a bunch of extra slides like, when this happened, when this happened. I'm only one person, so that's probably not going to happen. But Orson's World, if it's going to happen for anything, it's Orson's World. That's why I also put the call out. If anyone wants to help timecode where the Orson's World segments are, that would be so cool.
Hey, I'll farm something else out here. Does anybody else think of something that's a major point?
Yes.
Going through this. Link rot, I figure we got to talk about.
Yeah, that's definitely on my mind. That's usually
member berries, Orson's World.
Yeah. Link rot is one of the other key points. I don't know if it gets a whole slide, but it's going to be one of the major things because it's one of the least expected aspects of this for me. I kind of just figured stuff would work. Please come by that panel if you can. Great to see some of y'all who are watching this are also coming to TFCon and also looking forward to seeing us. It would be a shame if you were coming to TFCon and you really were looking forward to avoiding us, because that would make me sad. And also, Friday night at 7, I have a panel about maintaining joy in your collection hobby. Please come to that too. It's going to be worth it. Because it's always fun when we talk about, hey, why do we like doing this? And I feel like right now, the hobby on the whole could use a little just chat about like, okay, the world is continuing to be very different and no longer like the 2010s. How do we continue enjoying our hobby? And I got to figure out a concise way to put it, but it's like, not toxic positivity, we love everything. It's just, how do we make sure our hobby time is generally positive? Because if it's not serving its purpose as hobby time, and we got to do something about that. Yeah, Chris Carnage, you're there in spirit, 100%, 100%. Oh yeah, Wave Sign, the whole thing where like we're watching a Dreamwave at the height of its "we're gonna be around forever" vibe. That's and yeah, the
not knowing how much of that "we're going to be around forever" vibe was actually clawing for "are we going to be around next week?"
Yeah. I know some of this stuff, like the broader topics, will make me remember some of the bullet points. Like if Dreamwave comes up, I'm gonna remember. It's so sad to see like starry-eyed younger Don Figueroa looking forward to the future, right? Oh yeah, the Tatakai hype. That's another definite one. Yeah. It's one of my slideshows. It's going to be mostly text on a screen as prompts for us to talk about stuff. But this one, I want to try to work, at least for Orson's World, a few good screen caps in. Oh yeah, 20th anniversary. I mean, that's another slide. How many things actually popped up for the first time in 03? Like, arguably, maybe 03 was a bigger news year than 04. Because everything that I thought was 04 news happened in 03. It turns out. Aaron, you're supposed to take Chris Carnage's spirit on the road trip, too.
We'll try.
Yeah. Valkysis, stuff like the Ballast revelation, that's also why I would really like to try to collate as much as Orson's World as possible, so I can go back through it and pull out all the bits that Archer Monster threw out there that at least some of us didn't know as we went through that. Because that was definitely another big part of this that was really fun. And yeah, the live action movie thing, it's just such a... I don't think anyone remembered that happened. That in 03, Michael Bay was named as being out of the running as the director of the Transformers film. It's so friggin' weird. Anyway, Aaron, I can let you go if you like, and I can move into my outro. So thank you again for hanging out and doing this with me, and I'll see you in like less than a week.
Yeah.
So yeah, we're gonna just paint the town red. Do you just walking into places? Do you remember the year 2003? Because we do. It's gonna be.
And then everybody looks at us weird, like, what? What?
Wow, you remember something from 21 years ago?
Good job, Grandpa. Keep on those good brain meds.
But that's where the rest of you will come in, especially you folks who are like in your 20s and whatnot, because you'll come in and go like, it's not just the grandpas, it's also us. We remember 2003. It's freaking upswell.
My first day in kindergarten was great. Oh no.
We are united by 2003. Go flip tables at Boston Pizza for me. We'll try. If Boston Pizza still exists, we'll do what we can.
It still is there.
I don't believe that. I'm sure that's what Google Maps says. I don't believe that. That's right. 2003 grade schoolers unite. We are all one by 2003. All right, Aaron. I'll talk to you later. I'll see you.
Yep.
I'll talk to you before then, but I'll see you.
Yeah.
In a week.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm gonna pop out of this call.
Yep.
Hub up. All right, everybody. Look at what we did together. Not just me and Aaron, but all of you too. I need to go prepare the things that make music. So let me pull this. Aggressively turns to dust. Listen, if you're a 2003 grade schooler turning to dust, well, I was a 2002 grade schooler, so I guess I'm there with you. Where is it? This is an interesting year in general for me. Happy birthday to me this summer. But yeah, before TFCon, it's loud. There we go. Before TFCon, I intend to find and defeat Moog, the Lord of Blood, in Elden Ring, so that I'm set up for the downloadable content. I think I've figured out how to get there by reading something. And that stream also will open with the remaining undone milestone from the Extra Life stuff, that being Omega Supreme's Spicy Noodle Claw Adventure. So I'm gonna maybe do that on the weekend if I can, or maybe Monday. I would like to do that before TFCon so I'm caught up. But yeah, other than that, I'm just trying to. I'm getting into bad brain where I'm like, I got all these things I want to do before Wednesday, and I gotta just do what I can. But that's where we're at in this little world that we occupy. I'm dragging out so I can drag something else into the playlist. I did it. I win. I will catch you all later. And hey, stay safe out there. If you're coming to TFCon in Toronto, then hella hype. If you're not coming to TFCon in Toronto, don't feel bad and don't feel FOMO. I'm going to, at the very least, ideally, be able to share a pair of panels with you in the month or so afterwards. And I'll see what I can do about sharing more of the experience. I'm not much of a convention vlog type anymore, but I keep meaning to be one. I always start recording things on my phone, and then I forget to continue. So maybe this show I will remember to actually phone vlog it. We'll find out. In the meantime, why don't we evaporate beneath a PNG?
What trials and tribulations await our two cute boys in the year 2004.
Let them come.